called and asked police for a health check, a well check, if you will. But we know that there's an autopsy underway this morning. Just a tragedy. We know that over the weekend, Governor Josh Shapiro, in fact, he was at SEPTA's headquarters here in Center City. And this was yesterday afternoon, urging lawmakers to immediately act on the latest mass transit funding bill. Our budget is not yet done, but they were joining SEPTA leadership, union leaders, SEPTA riders, and they're saying that there are going to be big cuts to SEPTA. What's going on here? Behind the headlines, beyond the headlines, I just want to take you here. SEPTA has a real problem. SEPTA is a money loser. Why? Less people are riding SEPTA. Why? Less people are working here. After the pandemic and after all the violence, people are afraid to ride SEPTA, number one. Number two, we have less people working in the city. They're saying rate hikes are going to go up as of September 1st. So we know that the state legislature, the House, here in PA I'm talking about, is expected to vote on this bill. But the real question is, what will the state Senate do? And they're expected to be back in session tomorrow afternoon. We're really not going to know until then. So SEPTA, a money loser, has a $213 million budget deficit.
Oh.
That means we, the taxpayers, you and me, right? We're all expected to bail out SEPTA. Why don't they make a Doge? Let's have a financial, fiscal Doge situation, right? Government efficiency. What's going on here? It's inefficient. So should we take a break at this point? Let's take a break and we'll come back, see if Trump is, because that podium is still bare, so we'll take advantage of this moment.
Ooh,
855, bare naked. So 855-839-1210. Dawn Stensland, our great executive producer. Dan Borowski's in the house. Jimmy Kelly. Hopefully today we hear more about why Dan was on special assignment last week. We'll get into the deets. We're going to get personal with Dan. We have a lot coming up, but first we're going to get personal with Trump. Stay right there.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill is turning up the heat with super summer savings on a great selection. Looking for a great deal? Lease a new 2026 Chevy Equinox just $343 per month, or a new 2024 Chevy Silverado EV for $699 a month. Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Hester Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When the sun goes down, the rivalry heats up. Don't miss another City Connect Friday on August 29th at 6:45 when the Atlanta Braves come to town to face the Phils. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. Don't miss a fun-filled NL East weekend when the Phils host the Nats Friday, August 22nd at 6:45, Saturday, August 23rd at 6:05, and Sunday, August 24th at 1:35. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So the word from the White House, President Trump scheduled this news conference 10 a.m. The podium is empty. They're waiting for the president. And he had said that he would speak right at 10 o'clock. So I don't know what the delay is. I'm always
curious.
Come
on, Donald. President.
Yeah, the thing is, Dan, when Biden was president, we would all joke, what's going on? Sometimes it would be an hour. Are they waking him up? What's going on? With Trump, this is a bit unusual. Generally speaking, when he says he's going to hold whatever meeting or whatever news conference right at 10, usually he's on time. In fact, usually he's a couple minutes early. So that tells me they're having some discussion or maybe there's something breaking and he's getting together what announcement they could make. So
I can imagine it's got to be that, right?
I don't know.
Like because you think
find out.
Trump is someone that is very keen to take questions after a press conference, and you got to be prepared on all the issues. When you have developing situations such as this one in Washington that he's going to come out and address, or what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, I'm sure he's back there being briefed on to what exactly to say on a global scale, right?
I don't know. Or maybe they have news with Zelensky or something of that nature, or with what's going on in the Middle East. So, we'll definitely bring that to you and just let you know we're all over it. Let's talk about a little. I want to switch gears for a second and talk about this health news because I love health news. So there's this story that Dan found about. There are some studies all the time on Ozempic and weight loss. And so on this one, I find this incredible and this is great news, but I have some questions on this. So it's a new trial, a new study, and you know that as soon as I start talking about Ozempic, Trump is going to come up. I'm telling you, the podium is empty. I promise you we'll go right to it when the president goes to, I'm on it. Don't worry. I've got it up on my screen. This is a new study that says Ozempic and these kinds of medications, weight loss, miracle weight loss, whatever you want to call it, may help the users not only drop pounds, but also turn back time. This is an incredible new study that is the first of its kind to directly measure the impact of semaglutide. So not just Ozempic, but semaglutide in particular. And talking about the fact that half of these participants were given a weekly injection of Ozempic in particular, while the other half received a placebo, and they went for 32 months. Those on semaglutide, on Ozempic in particular, but I suspect it's any semaglutide, they were 3.1 years biologically younger by the end of the study.
Is this a miracle drug?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it is.
Wow.
But I'm going to say this, Dan. I think anybody who loses that significant, I would like to know how much weight did they lose on it? Because anybody who gets their gut healthier and loses, so over 32 months, how much weight did they lose? 10 pounds, 20 pounds? I don't have that answer. But if you are reducing your inflammation, increasing and making your organ function healthier, and then you're increasing and improving your metabolism, I think that's a de-aging. It's turning back the hands of time.
That would make sense. It's dropping the extra weight, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's my thought on this, because these companies, you might go, well, Dawn, why are you praising a pharmaceutical? I'm actually not. I'm simply saying that semaglutide, any kind of semaglutide, what it's allowing people to do is it improves their gut health. Everybody who's on this, and we have at least one coworker who's talked about this, first name David, who said you just can't eat more, that you're just not hungry, and you just lose this weight. It makes it so much easier. He and his wife went on it together, I guess.
Oh, yeah?
And so...
Is he feeling better?
Yeah. And he's somebody who has celiac, which is an autoimmune.
Oh, man, that's tough.
But just says he feels great. He feels more energy. But then think about that. If you don't have the inflammation, your brain health goes up. Now what happens? You feel better. Now what happens? You're going to exercise. You're going to walk around. You're going to be more active. So think about, the domino impact.
So let me get your thoughts, though. Your thoughts on a society that needs a kick in the ass from a pharmaceutical to get that, rather than to just go out there and, start jogging or walking. Do you see negatives in that, or do you think it's okay that we're kind of at a point here where some people kind of need that kick?
I think that, to me, I think it's easier said than done to lose weight at any age. So they talk about it for different age groups. I think if you're 30 or if you're a teenager and you're more than 30 pounds overweight, it's hard to lose weight. As they say, it's so easy to gain it and it's so hard. It is. It takes a lot of discipline. And it's, when you think about the food that we eat, contributing to the fact that it's tough to lose weight. And it's all about this gut health. That's what we're learning about. But this is incredible. These researchers believe these powerful anti-aging qualities that are related to semaglutide on fat distribution, your metabolism, and your overall health, that excess fat around the body's organs promotes the release of pro-aging molecules. So it's really like your body now, because you've gained weight, and now because you have, it promotes your body to age more quickly, which I would say basically all the odds are against you to try and lose weight. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To your point, I mean, this isn't crediting Ozempic. This is just Elle over on YouTube says, I had heart failure with 20% injection rate, lost 200 pounds, now a normal weight of 165 pounds.
Oh, congrats.
Heart failure's gone, no longer on medication. I lost the weight the old-fashioned way, but I completely agree with you, Dawn.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It also says that inflammation, which I never knew much about inflammation, you hear that more and more, that in this study, the GLP-1 drugs, that's what they're called, the semaglutide, that through the weight loss, the meds activate specific T cells that are white blood cells that are key to the immune system. And they have anti-inflammatory effects. So it all kind of goes together and basically helps your body to get moving and get the metabolism moving, and helps you reduce excess fat, excess inflammation, which are aging. Those two factors just age us. But think about that, 32 weeks, de-aging by 3 years. So imagine you keep that going, and you're looking at adding years to your life. What would that be over a year's time? Like you just said, is it Elle? Who is it that just said you lost 200 pounds?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations. That's incredible. You just added probably 10 to 15 years to your life. So this is great news for us. I just don't know much about it, and I kind of want to learn more about it. But I guess my question is, if you go on it, you lose the weight, you get healthy, then at some point, can you go off of it? Do you wean yourself off of it? Now, I don't have the answer here, but I would say for somebody who is, especially more than 30 pounds overweight, this is a game changer. And that's really what we're seeing.
The one thing about this that I just hope we don't go in a certain direction is if we offer a pharmaceutical solution to losing weight and getting healthy, which this does sincerely seem to do, does that give less will to the big food companies to produce healthier foods? And does this kind of just enable high fructose corn syrups and everything that RFK seems to be against? And as a government, should we be kind of getting this under control as we roll out these types of medications?
We want to hear from you, 855-839-1210, just talking about all these benefits, and it's way beyond any kind of type 2 diabetes management, weight loss, reduced dementia. That's another one. I mean, it's your brain health too. So reduced dementia, decreased cancer risk, addiction treatment. We've heard that people who are addicted to different, that lower addiction rates, alcoholism, any kind of medications.
It's nuts.
So if you have that so-called addictive personality, whether or not you believe in that, it's incredible. And to Dan's point, they did say that some of the food industries, the fast food industries and snack industries, they've panicked because they're seeing a direct link between all of these Americans on these GLP-1 or semaglutides and buying less snacks.
Wow. So it's actually the opposite trend as to what I was thinking.
Yeah. So people are buying less of these snacks because you're not going to snack. You're not hungry for a snack.
So essentially it just turns off your hunger.
Pretty much.
Wow.
Addiction.
Yeah. So
because we are a American society. We're addicted to sugar, carbs, all this stuff. So what are they going to do now? We'll get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Should we take advantage? Maybe we will. We'll take advantage of this commercial break while we're waiting for Trump. And I know we have Beth Ann Rossica on deck as well to get her latest investigative piece.
I'm actually texting with Beth Ann. I think we're going to probably have her tomorrow so we can hear from
to push
Trump.
her back.
Yeah.
And then let's talk about My Guys. And it's important that you have, of course, right now we're headed for what did I say, the 6th heat wave this year. Incredible. So keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I always have My Guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They're out to get our AC unit. They got it summer ready, and coming up this fall, we'll do that again. Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Just visit My Guys, marvinecans.com, KANZE.com. Check them out. Marvin E. Cans, tell them Dawn sent you.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So we are awaiting word from President Donald J. Trump, expected to hold this live news conference from D.C. to talk about crime, dealing with crime in D.C., cracking down on that. And will he give us a glimpse into what we can expect for this big, historic Trump-Putin summit? Why are they meeting in Alaska? Apparently it's halfway. So we've got that going, meeting halfway, because think about Russia, United States, meet in Alaska. But what great city in Alaska do you think they'll meet in? I'm saying Sitka. Will it be Anchorage? Will it be Ketchikan?
Fairbanks.
Yeah. So which great Alaskan city? I'm saying Sitka.
Did you do a cruise or did you trek
Cruise.
through Alaska?
I think cruising is the way to go.
Yeah.
But I just, Alaska this time of year is so beautiful.
See those mountains. Go
Days
fishing.
are longer. Yeah. Glaciers.
Gosh, I'm jealous.
Gorgeous. You're just in a great mood.
Just living vicariously through
sunlight.
your Alaskan knowledge.
So we'll see. And will they invite the little guy Zelensky, Volodymyr, who was in the principal's office? That's what he looked like, and that he was the child in the principal's office. Remember that with Trump?
So down.
When he was like, oh. So I always I always think about this. I'll get to your calls in 1 second, 855-839-1210. But I always think about this. Going way back to Trump's first administration, I can't help but think, remember the whole impeachment thing was over what? That stupid phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky. It's a corrupt little country. Just don't forget that. I know our hearts are with the Ukrainians. They're the victims here. They were invaded. I know. But this guy, just keep this in mind. Larry Menti, my better half, my husband, we were talking about this over the weekend. Larry goes, just remember, Zelensky, he shut down all elections because they're at war. They were invaded. So they have no free press. They've shut down all media. They've shut down all elections. So he's essentially, if we want to talk about a little dictator, yeah, this makes him a dictator because he has shut everything down. Can you imagine in America if we were at war with a country and we said, well, no matter what, we're just going to pass over all the elections and just keep everybody in power. And that's what they're doing. Okay. So the podium is still blank. So let's go to some of your calls as we await President Trump.
I do have a suggestion on YouTube. Sorry to cut you off. Kodiak Island from Rusty Wickwire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Kodiak
Island.
Beautiful.
Good to see
beautiful this time of year.
See some grizzly bears.
Get some bears. Get some good food.
Dr. Steve.
Let's go to Dr. Steve. Wanted to weigh in. No, I actually did not mean a pun there, but I guess it's subconscious, subliminal. Dr. Steve, so do you like these GLP-1 semaglutide drugs? Do you think they're for real?
They're definitely for real. Hi, Dawn. Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, I hear you.
Okay, great. I got 3 points. First of all, this change from sugar to high fructose corn syrup occurred during Jimmy Carter's reign when we had the boycott on regular sugar out of Brazil, which put pushed the corn producers to make high fructose corn syrup. When the sugar molecule, a normal sugar molecule, is broken down in the liver, there's 10 steps. It goes through all 10, and not everything is converted to fat. Step 7 in high fructose corn syrup, it cannot no longer break that sugar down, and everything automatically gets converted to fat. So that's when you saw the population go way higher in fat. Europe did not happen like that because Europe never boycotted Brazilian sugar. So that's point 1. Point 2 is the semaglutides. It produces, when you're eating and you're not on these drugs and you keep eating a full cheesesteak, and you get to the end of cheesesteak, you start feeling sick. Well, that sick feeling is because there's a gut hormone that's produced to say, your stomach's overstretched, you've eaten enough, stop eating. Well, the semaglutides reproduces that same hormone background where you feel sick. I'm a physician out of Philadelphia. I left Philadelphia last year because of politics. Anyway, long story short, I'm 6'3", 240, back up and down to 250 pounds. I need to lose 50 to 60 pounds. I went on it myself. And what happens is you actually start eating and you start feeling nauseous. It's almost like you had chemo, right? You just feel sick. And, you stop eating if you get to halfway through a sandwich or halfway through a meal without feeling sick, it's a miracle. So you eat 1/4 of what you normally were eating. Another thing is my brother's a drug rep for one of these semaglutides, so he's actually a drug rep pushing this drug. He's on it. He lost 50 pounds, but he says you never can come off it because you'll gain the weight back plus another 20 pounds. So he says it's a lifelong drug. So they got you wrapped into it, so there's no way of really getting out of it.
Wow. Now, is that so for you? Is that what you think too?
No. Yeah, 100% is probably what it's going to be. Here's another thing.
That's not
2 years ago, I tried losing weight on a keto diet.
Yeah.
I lost 35. I was strict with the keto diet. Lost 35 pounds in 2.5 months. Like strict keto diet. My inflammation went away. My joints didn't hurt anymore. I'm 54. My back stopped aching. Everything got better. I lost all the weight because there's no high fructose corn syrup in the keto diet. It's salads, it's eggs, it's steak, chicken, fish, asparagus, broccoli. It's like all non-sugary foods. It was the best I ever felt my entire life. And that's why people are feeling better too, because they just don't eat as much. That high fructose corn syrup causes inflammation, and that's why you see people go on gluten-free diets. Gluten does not cause the inflammatory response that all these sugary products do. So you'll see people nowadays are I'm on gluten-free. Are you allergic to gluten? No, but my joints feel better when I don't eat that.
That's
so
incredible.
The keto diet does the same as the semaglutides without actually being on the drug. Unfortunately, the food industry has made the pharmaceutical industry in bed together. So now, and they're dragging you into a lifelong chemical you have to be on. It's almost like being on insulin as a diabetic.
Dan, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question because you said it's a hormone that's naturally created by the body to make you feel less hungry. And what kind of reminded me of, and I'm just curious if it's kind of similar to this, melatonin is a hormone that fixes or deals with your sleep-wake cycle. And there's not much danger to taking melatonin because your body itself creates it. Are you saying similarly here that GLP is created by the body as a hormone, so similarly to melatonin, there's not much risk involved?
It's nice to find similarities like that. Yes, what you're saying is true. It's nice to find similarities like that. But you can go on if you want to take that, similarities. Here, I'll give you one too. Opioids are created by the body. They're called like endogenous opioids, enkephalins, things like that bind to mu receptors. Well, the oxycodone, Percocets, OxyContin, they're all just recreating a compound that binds to these receptors, but they're not dangerous. You can't really compare them the same way, if you see what I'm saying.
No, that's a great point. Fantastic.
That's fascinating.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steve. President Trump is approaching the podium, so let's listen in. The President of the United States of America, Trump Force 47. now saying he's going to crack down on D.C. crime. Here's the president.
Seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes to our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. That where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication. There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace without being shot. As you know, I lost a very good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car. They robbed his car. They shot him. They killed him like it was nothing to it. She was walking to the car. It's a horror show. This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal government and is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad it is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. Days ago, a former member of the DOJ staff was savagely beaten by a band of roving thugs after defending a young woman from an attempted carjacking. He was left dripping in blood. He thought he was dead, with a broken nose and concussion. Can't believe that he's alive. He can't believe it. In June, a 21-year-old congressional intern was tragically killed after being hit by a stray bullet in a drive-by shooting. A former Trump administration official named Mike Gill, fantastic person, was murdered last year in cold blood in a carjacking blocks away from the White House. We all knew him. Great person. Waiting for his wife as she was walking to the car. A Democrat congressman was also carjacked at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. And in 2023, an aide to Senator Rand Paul was stabbed in the chest and head by a demented lunatic as he walked down the street, just absolutely for no reason. Horrifically, last July 4th weekend, a 3-year-old girl was shot in the head and killed while sitting in a car near the Capitol. It's becoming a situation of complete and total lawlessness. And we're getting rid of the slums, too. We have slums here. We're getting rid of them. I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live. Caravans of mass youth rampage through city streets at all times of the day. There are ATVs, motorbikes. They travel pretty well. Entire neighborhoods are now under emergency curfews. Just this past weekend, gunfire went through, and you saw that, the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against law. See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police. As the police are standing up there in uniform, they're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they get hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any such, so and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it.
Started it here in Philadelphia.
They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago. I mean, bad politicians started it, bad leadership started it, but that was the one thing that's central, no cash bail. Somebody murders somebody and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody, we're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime. Totally weak on crime. They don't know why. They want to stop because they get mugged too. But we're going to change no cash bail. We're going to change the statute and get rid of some of the other things. And we'll count on the Republicans in Congress and Senate to vote. We have the majority, so we'll vote. We don't have a big majority, but we've gotten everything, including the great, big, beautiful bill. Got that done, and that's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to people in this country. They're starting to figure it out, how good it is. Biggest tax cut in history. So many things. But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people.
President Trump live.
Get it passed.
Talking about Pam Bondi,
probably won't get
Attorney General, to his left.
Probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing. I saw the other day the certain gentleman who was a very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it. They said it's an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue. And I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody nobody's ever come up to me, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue even comes from. Never seen anything like it. But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it, too. We have to. Because it's sanctuary for criminals. Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside and standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department, it's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was, but it's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say, we only have 30 policemen or women. He said, we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army. How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago. Sir, they've requested more police.
Sure.
Oh, what do they have? About 3,500. I said, 3,500? This is not a big area. It's ridiculous. What you need is rules and regulations, and you need the right people to implement them. And we have the right people here, that I can tell you. Look at the border. Biden said there's nothing you can do. Kamala was the border czar. She never called one of the Border Patrol agents who are great. ICE is great. Never spoke to anybody. Never went there. But she was the border czar. And everybody said it was impossible to fix. I fixed it in 3 months. No, really. I fixed it the first week, but really fixed it over the last couple of months. And I mean, literally to a point where, as I said, 0 illegals entering our country in the last 90 days. Pretty amazing. It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. they got some police, but they're rough police, and they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designers said, well, we need a 1/4 of an inch more turn for safety reasons. No, we're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police. And those people are the ones that want to help you. This city will no longer be a sanctuary for illegal alien criminals. We will have full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, and we'll deploy officers across the district with an overwhelming presence. You'll have more police, and you'll be so happy because you'll be safe. When you walk down the street, you're going to see police, or you're going to see FBI agents. We're going to have a lot of agents on the streets. You're going to have a lot of essentially military, and we will bring in the military if it's needed. By the way, we're going to have National Guard, but Pete Hegseth will tell you about it. We will bring in the military if needed. People say, "Oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in." It's been used many times over the years. I don't think we'll need it. I think we've got so many great people, including the people that are in the police department with proper leadership. They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them, are homegrown criminals. And these are bad people. These are rough people. And this is just a list of some of the people that were given to me today that were criminals removed from the D.C. streets this weekend. They were rough and tough. But we're rougher and tougher. Look at these
You are
people
listening to
here.
President Donald J. Trump speaking live, declaring a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C., and promising they're going to clean up the city. We'll get into some of the numbers and compare it, for example, to Philadelphia, to PPD, what we need to do as far as rehiring police after the defund the police movement. But he talked about some similar themes that we relate to and many big cities relate to. We'll get into all of that. Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, she'll be joining us moving forward. So much breaking, so much developing. Thanks for being here. At Dawn Stensland, hit me up, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current33 to 323232. That's CURRENT33 to 323232. Text Current33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The breaking news today is President Donald J. Trump declaring this public safety emergency in D.C., citing a lot of the crime stats and the culture of crime, the the cash bail situation, no cash bail. A lot of these themes, if you think about it, after post-pandemic, post-defund the police movement, etc., post the summer of 2020, a lot of these themes are relatable across the nation. And so President Trump saying enough is enough. The federal authorities, because they're declaring an emergency, are taking over the police. What struck me, and you can let me know what strikes you, and as well our great executive producer, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly's our engineer, and your take on this, 855-839-1210. But what strikes me, Dan and I were talking about this over the commercial break, is that Trump mentions how small they are in D.C., relatively about 61 square miles of land, saying that they have 3,500 police officers there. So thinking about Philadelphia, let's just compare, and there's no comparison. We're well over double the size, about 142 plus square miles here in Philadelphia, much larger metro area. And then you think about our regular police force is about 6,300-ish. We're supposed to be at 6,500, but we're down at least 1,200. So you think about that with this vacancy going on. What does that mean? It means that basically we're, give or take, only about 600 cops more than in D.C. Think about that. How we are left bare and how tough that is on our law enforcement here with Philadelphia Police. I know that there's a huge recruitment effort. Mayor Sherrell Parker, obviously Commissioner Bethel, they're doing a hard push to fund the hire of 400 new officers now within the new fiscal year, and that they've hired about 369, just looking at the numbers. But think about this. You have to train these officers properly, and you cannot skimp on that. And so when you think about how far we're down, I think if I'm Pat Dugan, who, as you know, is today filing again as the new, he's challenging incumbent DA, District Attorney Larry Krasner on the Democrat side. Dugan, longtime judge, lifetime Democrat, now is going to put an R behind his name, run as a Republican, being pushed by this and supported. But by all accounts, does Dugan have a chance? If I'm Pat Dugan, I'm just going to be transparent. I'm going to go out there and say, you know what, guys? Republicans are backing me. I've never been a Republican. You know that. I'm a Democrat. That's who I am in Philadelphia. But at this point, we're desperate. Just go out there and try to change the game, change the conversation, and force change within the Democrat Party and within the incumbent party. That's really all you can do, is to be an antagonist and go out in the communities, speak where you can, and say, I know you're probably not going to vote for me. In all seriousness, it's almost like the remember Conan O'Brien way back when he just sucked and he was so horrible. Remember this? It's almost that. It's like the I suck Conan O'Brien era where he and Andy, remember his, little sidekick? And they actually became popular because they just said, we know we suck and we know we don't have a chance. So we're just going to go out there and do everything we can. Remember this? And then they became hugely popular and it was a big comeback. That's what a Republican running for DA in Philadelphia, that's my best advice I can give to you, is just to go out there and tell people, I know Republicans in Philadelphia suck. I'm not talking about Joe Picozzi because I think he's an outlier, but seriously, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, and it's all for the best and right reasons. To say, here in Philadelphia, you deserve better. Your schools suck. You don't even have HVAC. You have a teacher shortage. You suck. You don't even have school buses if you're in high school like the suburban kids. Isn't that racist? You suck. It's the You Suck campaign, and we as Republicans suck because we have failed you. We as Republicans have not been here for you, Philadelphia. So, yeah, Pat Dugan, stand on a corner and tell Philadelphians why Republicans suck, D.A. Krasner and the Democrats suck, the schools suck, the security sucks, and you deserve better. It's the "We Suck" campaign,
love it.
and you deserve better. We have failed you. I'm serious. Just make it and say we have failed you, all of us. And you know what? Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We suck because we have failed you. We have failed our children. We have failed everybody. We suck. It's the "We Suck" campaign.
You know, I think you're onto something here, because in 2025, I think politicians are the only ones who don't realize that people just want pure honesty. If you screwed up, just say you screwed up. And I think there's nothing more than Philadelphians want right now than for someone to just come out here and say, you suck.
Yeah, and we suck. I mean, I'm putting all of us, we should not tolerate this. We should not tolerate that our schools are failing our kids. We should not tolerate that our schools don't have a safe ride to school like everybody else in the country has the little yellow school bus, and a huge amount of our kids do not have that. That's wrong. That's not right. And so just go from there. The fact that we had, what we had during the pandemic with everything shut down, but I think, for the DA, for District Attorney Larry Krasner, and I would say, Mr. DA, Mr. Krasner, come here, talk about it, have the conversation. I suspect Krasner would say it's true that we have failed the people of Philadelphia. We have in our city, all of us. We cannot, we have to have zero tolerance for crime. But for Krasner to continually hold, and city officials even, to hold news conferences and say, well, we have less crime or we have less murder.
Sure.
My God, look at the level of crime and murder and mayhem and rape. And the fact that we are discouraging people to come into the city. I can't get, especially a female relative, to meet me in the city. I had a relative, I had her there. She was going to, actually one of my sons was going to meet us. So it'd be, better security. And it was actually at the Weitzman at the Jewish Museum. And she just wanted to show some support, right? And take the kids, go to the museum. Kids are out of school. And then she decided with all the crime, we're going to put that off. That's how sad it is. And so when you think about businesses suffering, shopping, all the stuff we used to do in our beautiful, and we have a beautiful city here in Philadelphia. We should be a #1 destination worldwide.
To your point, I'll reveal where I was this past week, Dawn. On my special assignment, I was on a, I hate to use the phrase baby moon to a degree. Half my trip was a baby moon. The other half was visiting my brother and sister. But I spoke briefly about it, but we went up to Boston. And Boston, a city that's so similar to Philadelphia, but they've taken their money, their tax income, they've reinvested it on their waterfront. They've moved their highways underground. And Dawn, there's no trash on the streets. We saw hardly any homeless people. There was a story about Beacon Hill being overrun with homeless people. I said, go to Kensington and get back to me.
All right, I don't want to hear about Boston.
No, but that's what I'm saying is we have such an opportunity. Our city is 10 times more beautiful than Boston. It looks similar. It's bigger. But we can't get our stuff together to offer what Boston's able to offer. Clean streets.
Boston, they're not better than us.
No, they're not. And that's what I'm trying to say is we have opportunity here and we should be better. Mm-hmm. But you know what? No, I would say right now we're not. Because you can go walk the streets and not have to worry about kicking a syringe out of the way. Like, I'm sick of the state of Philadelphia. You walk through Center City, you walk through Rittenhouse Square. It's not clean. It's not welcoming to tourists.
Yeah, and so I will say this about with Philadelphia in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia and right down by Independence Hall, that area, I don't see a lot of trash. I don't see a lot of dirt. I will give credit where credit's due. The trash cams, believe it or not, I have seen a difference where they have those cameras. I'm trying to say something positive here, okay? But the real problem here, and I even hesitate. I mean, sometimes law enforcement says, don't talk about the fact that we're down. So the official word is we're down about 1,200 officers. It's more than that. I can tell you that, right? And the retirements, because if you talk to a cop in Philadelphia, they're saying, I can't wait. I can't wait to retire. And do you blame them? Especially because we're down and the way that they're treated. And think about what Trump just said. Trump just said, I've got your back. To these officers where somebody's spitting in your face, you think about all the diseases, by the way, that you can contract when somebody spits in your face, right, into your eyes, blood vessels, hello. And so Trump is saying, no tolerance anymore. This is not going to happen. And so I just have to wonder if that kind of theme to say, we want law enforcement, we want you to want to be hired in Philadelphia to come come here, protect and serve. We've got your back. But would that do the trick as far as bringing back Philadelphia? So we'll take a quick break. Get your thoughts. I know that in this huge news conference that President Trump, this is unprecedented. It is historic once again to look at this differently and say, zero tolerance. We're going to make our streets safe again for our families, for our children, and yes, for visitors too, but especially in your neighborhood. And by the way, if you live in the city, if you live in D.C. and or in Philadelphia or in Chicago or New York or wherever, how do you push back on this? Now I know D.C.'s mayor is already out there and she's saying, oh no, nothing to see here. We don't need this. We already have lower crime. Can you imagine living there and having your mayor say that? See, I don't think Mayor Sherelle Parker would ever say such a thing. I don't. I think she's smarter than that. I think she's smarter and better than all these other mayors. I'll stand behind our mayor. I'll say that I'll double down and say she's better than New York's, Chicago, D.C. in particular, as well as Commissioner Bethel. So hopefully we've got that going for us, which is nice. All right, quick break. We do have Sergeant Betsy Brentner Smith around the corner too. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The breaking news of the hour, and this is historic, President Donald J. Trump holding this live news conference talking about bringing back law and order, saying he's the law and order president, and declaring a state of emergency for Washington, D.C., and a public safety emergency, saying the feds are taking over and they'll bring in the military if necessary. That's an important if, but if necessary. Thinking about the National Guard to take over and make D.C. great again. Pam Bondi, AG speaking out, SecDef, Pete Hegseth, and I know Judge Jareen Pirro, U.S. Attorney, obviously, of D.C. there. She also is speaking or expected to speak as well. So we'll get to all of it, but we do have our friend, the National Police Association. This is Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. Obviously, somebody who is an expert, somebody who's worked her way up through the ranks of local law enforcement and now with the National Police. But just your take, hi, Betsy, just your take on what Trump is saying.
Wow, could you hear me cheering, standing and cheering in front of my TV? I love this so much. What the president had to say, and really what everybody in this press conference, including our friend Will Sharf, he's the guy that explains all the executive orders, but, he was a prosecutor and friend of law enforcement. It's just so exciting. Here's the thing. He started by talking about law enforcement, and he said, if you, I love this line. We're going to hear a lot about it all day. If you spit, we hit. In other words, cops are tired of being abused, and he went on to talk about what a disaster no cash bail is, and I think this is a good plan, and I know for all the people who are going to say, oh, the federal government can't take over a local police department. The federal government controls local law enforcement, especially in large cities. They've done this for decades through federal consent decrees. So this is just going to be 30 days of really the military, federal law enforcement, and the federal judiciary taking control of the D.C. Metro Police Department so they can prosecute the bad guys. This is what people don't understand. You and I have talked about this a million times. We can arrest everybody, every bad guy on the planet, but if there's not proper prosecution, it's all for naught. And I think we're going to see the tide change now thanks to these executive orders.
And so my question to you is, how does that culture, if you will, of policing when community, because I imagine, he's talking about, for example, some of the people in tourist areas as well as neighborhoods. But how do you say this is a bad thing to families here in Philadelphia or Chicago or New York? I mean, I think of here in Philadelphia putting out all the rewards for these thugs just opening fire in neighborhoods, little kids being rushed to Children's Hospital. How does anybody say it's a bad culture to have law and order and make the community safer? So do you think it'll promote this culture of safety across the country in big cities like Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, etc.?
Well, I hope that it does, because what Trump is showing is that we can reverse this vilification and demonization of law enforcement that you and I have been talking about for 5 years now. Mm-hmm. And this is the thing. What he does in D.C., I think you're right. I think it's going to show people in other large blue cities that there is hope, because it's really, even though, crime is going down nationally, but in so many of these cities, we're seeing shootings remain high, murders remain high. And so I think that President Trump is showing that there's a national concern, and he's using language, and so is Janine Pirro, like you just did, calling them out, calling them thugs, telling them that, we're not coddling criminals anymore. And I think what that'll do is that's going to give other prosecutors kind of permission to stop this mollycoddling of criminals and talking about them, if only we could get them a job and they could go to college and this and that, they won't be criminals. Being a criminal is a choice, and you make that choice regardless of education. And the people that are robbing people on buses in D.C. They're not stealing loaves of bread so they can eat. This is gang activity, it's criminal activity, it's sexual depravity, it's illegal aliens, it's all the above. And I think it changes today.
I also think, when we think about, and you use the word coddling, and it's a great word, whether it's, suburban, like college kids or teenagers that we're tending to coddle and embolden, and we see them on social media going off on some rant and feeling entitled, or whether it's in the city of Philadelphia and we see even grandparents. Recently, we saw some grandparents coming out and saying, my grandson lives with me, and that he's on drugs or he's in a gang. And we have a lot of domestics, this sense of entitlement with regard to, taking advantage, whether that means financial advantage of grandparents and parents. It seems to be across the country, whether I'm looking at different socioeconomic groups, there's a real theme here. And I wonder if in part it's saying no to all of this coddling of younger generations and reverting back to what it used to be, which is, hey, you guys are supposed to take care of the older generations, not the other way around. Do you see that as something that's a conversation that's beginning to happen?
I think it is, because really for at least a decade we have seen this, especially in the suburbs. We hear so often, people commit crimes because they're poor. That's such an insult to poor people.
Yes.
Just because you're poor doesn't mean you're going to be a criminal, and just because you live in a wealthy suburb doesn't mean you're not.
Yes.
And we see this. I was a cop in a very wealthy suburb. And we would see that parents would call 911 because little Johnny didn't want to go to school, and there was all these domestic disputes and this and that. And I think in general, we're seeing, because you hear this, because my kids are all now parents, and you hear this, we're going to do gentle parenting. Yeah, my kids are not doing that. We're not going to gentle parent, because what does that create? The exact circumstance you're talking about, where kids are disrespectful, they use drugs, and of course there's so much more to this. There's social media and all that, but there's just a general lack of respect for people in authority. It's okay to be a kid and have people tell you what to do, to have authority. And that's exactly what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now. President Trump, he's going to kind of be the daddy, right? He gets called the daddy all the time. He's going to be the daddy in D.C., And we're not going to do gentle parenting in Washington, D.C. We're going to take back our capital so that people like you and I, so that I can take my grandkids to D.C., safely on vacation, show them our beautiful capital, talk to them about the founding. Everybody should have the right to do that and do it safely.
Yeah, well said. I'm glad you like the daddy comment too, because it depends on who you ask, but we loved that news. Dan Borowski and I had so much fun with it.
He called you daddy earlier.
It was my favorite thing. Crack me up. But in truth, isn't it hard to argue with it? And then does it help to refund the police? Like here in Philadelphia, I was going through some of the numbers when he said they have 3,500 in small D.C. Here in Philadelphia, I mean, I don't have to tell you, Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association. I mean, the numbers, we are down and we are dwindling with cops who want to retire. So does this, I don't know, help with police recruitment?
Oh, it absolutely does. And we're hearing this around the country from police officers. We're still out there training and all that. And we're hearing from the officers in charge of the recruitment that similar to the military, we're starting to see recruitment numbers rise. But it depends on where, and it depends on who's the prosecutor.
Yes.
And, so for example, you guys, that's an issue because, again, who are our best recruiters? Other cops.
Yeah.
And when you have police officers telling young people, especially young relatives, young people they care about or come in contact with, God, don't be a cop here because you're likely to be put in prison by our crazy prosecutor.
Right.
And that happens all around the country. So we still have that. We still have kind of a hangover from 2020 and 2021 in law enforcement when it comes to recruitment numbers. I think what happened today and the conversation that's going to follow is going to help a lot. I guarantee every cop in this country stood up and cheered when they heard that, you spit, we hit. Because what it does is it tells people that cops don't have to take it anymore. And of course, it doesn't mean we want police brutality, but spitting on someone is one of them. I've been spit on, and those people went to jail. But that doesn't happen much anymore, and it's a crime. It's a felony in most states, and so the president was talking about, hey, we're going to go back to enforcing the law when cops are victims as well as our citizens. Who could argue with that?
You know what? Let's listen in. Dan has that piece of audio that you referenced.
And you saw that the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against law. See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard.
See, and Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, I love that you said it best. He's the D.C. daddy. And daddy says no more. And I just have to wonder if the fact that he's laying down this law, that right here he draws the line. I imagine things get better just with Trump coming out with this forceful, very loud news conference and the new directive.
Absolutely. When, people know in places like Washington, D.C., especially people under the age of 18, that I can do whatever I want. And not much is going to happen to me. So that's one of the things. And Judge Pirro talked about this, that, federally, it's difficult to be able to touch a juvenile. Now that's going to change if we can, bring them in to federal court, try them as adults, things like that. And remember, this helps young people, too. A lot of young people, 12, 13, 14, get taken advantage by adult gangbangers. And we've got to acknowledge the multi-generational gang family. It's just time to recognize the fact that just, a 15-year-old who commits a violent felony and is a member of a street gang, we can't just send them home because likely mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, they're all in the same gang. It's time to recognize that. And we've got to go back to talking about street gangs.
Here's Judge Jeanine Pirro moments ago.
I see too much violent crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest, intent to kill, I convict him. And you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the D.C. Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today.
That from U.S. Attorney of D.C., Judge Jeanine Pirro. Yeah, she's great. For you at the National Police Association, is it something where you're training cops differently? Because I know that's a piece of it, educating supporters of law enforcement, but as well, when you do some of your educational sessions, have you changed anything as far as preparing police to deal with some of these attitudes of being, spat upon or yelled at, somebody yelling, screaming an inch from their face?
Well, absolutely. The National Police Association is involved in training, but my husband and I are on the other end of our business. Okay. And absolutely. And we've been doing this for decades, talking about things like de-escalation. None of that's new. But, cops now, and we talk about this in our classes, depending on where we are in the country, are they going to get prosecuted for the way they respond? And this is top of mind for cops in this country, which is terrible. They're already out there thinking, well, okay, what happens if I get hurt, if I get shot, if I have to shoot somebody? And it's not just worrying about things like that. It's worrying about, am I going to go to prison because I've got some Soros prosecutor in my county who'd rather see me in jail? And we also have attorney generals that are trying to do the same thing. The Attorney General in New Mexico is just an absolute cop-hating scumbag who just wants to put cops in prison, and that's mostly what he does. This has got to stop. So that's why, I'm not a big person who says, let the federal government take over everything, but we've got to rein in some of the mistakes, the horrible mistakes made in the last 5 years. And so that's why the federal government's got to step in.
Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith, nationalpolice.org. NPA also defends law enforcement agencies. Head to nationalpolice.org and please get educated, donate. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. Betsy, thanks a million for coming on. I just want you to preach. I'm sitting there, preach. I love it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Dawn.
Oh, 100%, all the time. We will take a quick break, get some of your thoughts. We have more developing. Trump right now, by the way, is taking a little bit of Q&A, it looks like. So we'll get to those highlights of some of the reporters' questions. No doubt he'll say, that's a stupid question. How many of those do you think happen? We'll get to all of it. You're not missing a thing. Thanks for being here today. And if you're joining me on YouTube, I see you. Thank you. Push the like button and subscribe. And by the way, this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, more savings. For a limited time right now, you get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. So just 1.9% financing. Wow. Plus, available low lease offers, more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Do it. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester on Route 202 or Piazza Mazda of Reading on Pottsville Pike. Online, just go online, piazzamazda.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Well, we're back into summer mode for sure. The humidity ramping up today. We're going to get up to 89, maybe even close to 90. About 89, maybe 91 tomorrow. More humidity again back into the 90s on Wednesday and Thursday.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Becker's.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, thank you. The China tariff deadline is tonight, but do you plan to extend that?
Paying to the United States of America, and we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
You mentioned your upcoming meeting with President Putin. Can
Yeah.
you tell us what you hope to get out of that and whether you'll consider inviting President Zelensky to join?
So you have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. You know, it's just a question of time. Under Trump, you know what they took? Nothing. I was the one that said, you can't build your pipeline. That was half built. I came in, I stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody knows that, you know. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You might have not even heard of it. Biggest pipeline in the world. I stopped it. I was not a friend of Russia, but I got along well with Putin. It's always good to get along with other countries if possible, but that doesn't mean you roll over like Biden did. Biden came in and he immediately approved the pipeline. I couldn't believe it. Then they say Trump wasn't tough on Russia. I wasn't tough. I was the toughest. Putin said, if you're not tough, I would hate like hell to see you. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job that Russia had ever built. I stopped it. It was dead. And this low IQ president came in and he let them build the pipeline and supply oil and gas all over Europe, you know. So this is really a feel-out meeting a little bit. And President Putin invited me to get involved. He wants to get involved. I believe he wants to get it over with. Now, I've said that a few times, and I've been disappointed because I'd have like a great call with him, and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place, and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold. That's cold. But it's a violent war. 5,000 to 7,000 people a week are dying. And you know, there's nobody from here. They're all Russian and Ukrainian people, and some people from the cities, much smaller number, but still, those missiles do damage and they kill a lot of people. But mostly soldiers, and they're young soldiers. Although in the case of Ukraine, they're getting much older. They're drafting 60-year-olds now. It's a terrible thing to witness, and I think I have an obligation. Look, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. I made a deal with NATO a month ago. You covered it very accurately, actually. We don't pay anything anymore. You know, we're not paying anything. They are buying things from us, and NATO is paying us. I got it raised from 2% of GDP to 5%. And they're paying us for everything that we send. We're not paying. But Biden approved $350 billion. Europe has spent $100 billion. The money that's been spent and the death is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened, by far the worst that's happened since World War II. So I'm going in to speak to Vladimir Putin. And I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. Would have never happened. And when the election was rigged, and then Biden took office, which was barely took office, the auto pen took office, bad things started happening. Bad things, stupid things were said. And it ended up in a war. And you know, and I don't believe this will happen anymore because I have that pretty well covered. This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war. I don't think that's going to happen now. But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, you know, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, you know, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need. But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven. And there'll be some swapping. There'll be some changes in land. And the word that they will use is, you know, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, you know, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property.
Which is also
if you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Yeah. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa, it's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders Right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell him what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the President of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. You know, it takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the javelins. Do you ever hear of a javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed at the first days of the war because the tanks got stuck in the mud, some commander made a better. They would have been in Kiev in 4 hours.
That was President Donald J. Trump answering reporter questions. You heard Fox's Peter Doocy asking a lot of those questions. So he's speaking about this historic Trump-Putin summit coming up this Friday in Alaska and pushing for peace using the power of the U.S. on an economic front, consumer front, and putting out the branch to say, join us worldwide in peace and prosperity. Look at all the potential of your beautiful country, Russia. So hopefully that he can speak the language of peace and prosperity and convince Putin and then Zelensky as well. We'll continue on. Thanks for being here today. 855-839-1210, the @Dawn Stensland Show. Be right back.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, August 16th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
President Trump holding court, if you will, in D.C. Many of his cabinet members and many of those who he relies on, especially when it comes to thinking about crime, safety. You've got Pam Bondi there, Judge Jeanine Pirro. You've got the SecDef Hedseth, and as well
It's hard to say that, isn't it?
I know. Sorry.
Seth Hegseth.
Yeah, say that 10 times
Yeah,
fast.
no, it's not just you.
Headlines from Trump, quote, if our capital is dirty, our whole country is dirty. Man, that's a good quote. Dirty. And then the other one is that, and this just minutes ago, Trump said Zelensky was not invited to the Putin meeting on Friday. I'm telling you, it's like...
Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for 3.5 years. Nothing happened.
He's at the kids' table. Let's just be honest here. Yeah, I don't know if Dom Giordano and Roe, when they do the family dinner, is there a kids' table? I definitely think Zelensky is at the kids' table still, Dan. I'm thinking that. You know, it's like, no, little Vlad, you got to sit at the kids' table. We can't be at the grown-ups' table. So he's going to have Trump, Putin, they meet. We still don't know the venue. We know that U.S. officials working with Russian officials aiming for this Friday. Pretty incredible when you think about trying to turn this around this quickly, to have this level of a meeting. But then which Alaskan city? I don't see that they've announced it. So I'm still going with Sitka just because, like, that's my favorite.
Why are you
but
so
I have no
obsessed with
idea.
Sitka?
I
It's
love
the
it. It's
whole show.
beautiful.
Yeah?
It's just
a pretty city.
And, you know, so Trump, he's like, we want it to be beautiful. You know, you could just picture him because he wants the most picturesque, this beautiful city, make sure that everything is stunning and gorgeous. That's what I think. But will it be another one? I don't know.
I just want that Alaskan cruise, Dawn. I'm so jealous.
I know. Well,
has Dom been on an Alaskan?
Dom Giordano, have you and Roe, if you've never been on an Alaskan cruise, I know you're going to Sicily soon, but I'm just saying.
Oh, we were, yeah.
Yes.
I'm so jealous.
The one thing that you have to worry about, the temperature was
Yes.
like 71, 72 every day, which is pretty
Air
good.
conditioning, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
So we've been, we pretty much we teed you up, Dom, because we pretty much carried the Trump news conference, the vast majority of it live. So everybody's primed.
Oh, yeah, Dawn, thank you. So, yeah, a lot of law and order today. We'll get into that. Also, Latin America, not just Mexico, the target of the U.S. military, the drug cartels. And then Martina White is the biggest proponent of making the case that Judge Dugan can win. And I see no other alternative. Absolutely, that's where we're going.
I love it. The Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the national sales event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
All right, it is Dom time. Good Monday, and it's a big Monday here. Scott Presler off this huge event in Seaside Heights will be here at 2. Martina White at 1. And Martina will be here talking about the math and these losers. That's what you are on Twitter. I'm tired of it on Twitter. You make your mark. Just because I was excited that Judge Dugan jumped into the ring. Every naysayer in the world, shut up. You don't want to participate to try to win back from the reign of Krasner. Stop it. Don't just be a naysayer. The math is there. Now, we don't know these Democrats who voted for Judge Dugan. Will they be ready to vote again for Dugan? Or because he's running sort of as a Republican, they can't? If that's the case, then he can't win. If he gets that 38% or so, 40% that he got the last time, Republican voters turning out and independents, he's going to win. All right, but we start, and I want to play cut B here. We start with President Trump today saying, no, the status quo is not good enough in Washington. You've heard by now, federalizing the police. We're taking over the police.
The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it.
Okay, that's the premise here. Now, the carjackings particularly, every time you hear about some horrific carjacking, check it. If it makes national news, it's probably, and Trump called out all blue cities for the high crime rate. They get involved in the status quo. Crime is down. From when? He made a comment there, too, about I know a lot of you here are liberal that are covering this, all the news media, and you still want to be safe. You don't want to be mugged. You don't want to be raped. You don't want to be stabbed and carjacked. The carjacking in D.C., latest stats, is 842.4 car thefts per 100,000. That's 3 times the national average, which brings into play all the big cities, all the blue cities also. It is 3 times the national average. And Trump, I think, is basically saying this, and I don't see how you can assail this, how you can go any other way. The bottom line is this is the nation's capital of the greatest country in the history of the world. It ought to be a showplace. Instead, we talked the other day, you can go there for tourism. You're wandering around, not paying attention. You get hit with a roving mob here. Anything could happen to you, and it does. Yeah, the recent of the Doge kid coming to the aid of a woman who I believe is being carjacked really intensified this, put it on the front page, and Trump moved very quickly. But what's the other side going to say? How dare you, authoritarian, pledging to make D.C. clean and safe again. That's the pledge here by President Trump. Notice the clean part of it also. Here's Trump, Henry. Let's see. Yeah, this is, he centers in on something that happens in all the blue cities, as far as I understand it. No cash bail. This is cut C. Here's Trump talking about the D.C. City Council.
This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it. They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago. I mean, bad politicians started it, bad leadership started it, but that was the one thing that's central, no cash bail. Somebody murders somebody and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody. We're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime. Totally weak on crime.
All right, so that's going to be difficult to deal with, okay? But the president today, that's step one. We'll talk a little bit more here about going after the drug cartels, using the military, drones and the like, and not just in Mexico, across Latin America. Yes, exactly. Finally, what people have been huffing and puffing about is going to happen, okay? This is a big step forward. Now, can you do it in other cities? Yeah. They don't have quite the power that they have in the District of Columbia, but if you've been there as a tourist or whatever, you know what I mean. There's a real fear in D.C. You don't know where you are, and at any moment, you can be picked off. That's the bottom line. That's what he's talking about. And it ought to be a showplace rather than the homeless all over the place in public circles where they shouldn't be, and the dirt that is assigned to this. Now, 450 federal agents already are being assigned to clean up D.C., okay? Trump talked about cleaning up blue cities, starting with D.C. I pray we're going to see something here in Philadelphia. Now, here's Trump going a little bit off script. This is cut M. Here's President Trump talking about why Democrats are having such a hard time essentially opposing him, saying what I say all the time. What did he go for? The trans issue. Cut M.
But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people, we will. I'll get it passed. We'll get it passed with the Republicans. Probably won't get, think of this, probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing. I saw the other day the certain gentleman who was a very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it. They said it's an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue. And I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody nobody's ever come up to me, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue even comes from. Never seen anything like it. But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it, too. We have to. Because it's sanctuary for criminals. Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside and standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department, it's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was, but it's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say we only have 30 policemen or women. They said we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army. How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago.
All right,
Sure,
well,
they
let's cut
requested more.
there. I mean, I have to think, on fairness, is 3,500. D.C.'s not that big, but 3,500 is not a lot. No, it's not. All right, Jeanine Pirro, though, struck something in the middle of this just moments ago. Jeanine Pirro said, we're tired of all these young punks committing crime. In a place like this, how often have we seen these numbers, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds carjacking, mainly, roving gangs? Why? When you go to these blue cities, they are particularly vulnerable because of their laxity with juvenile crime. They just are not going to, the Krasners of the world, they are not going to vigorously prosecute juvenile crime. You commit these acts of violence, in most instances, you ought to be treated like an adult. I mean, that's where we are. That's the only way to stop this type of thing. Oh, my God. He killed someone and you want to put him away for life? He's 15? No, I would consider the death penalty. That's what you kill someone, you're 15, you're getting the death penalty. Instead, in a place like D.C., there's all sorts of things that happen that lead toward a death penalty. Good for Judge Jeanine calling out young punks. Okay, we'll get to Judge Dugan coming up at 1 o'clock. Martina White will be here. At 2 o'clock, Scott Presler off a big rally in Seaside Heights. I'm going to ask him, Scott, come on. He led the rally. He invited me, but I couldn't go to Seaside Heights. What about Wildwood? Come on. Well, there's another radio talk show host on the marquee, too. Sid, who's a good guy. I didn't want to make it like, two big mouth talk show hosts there. So come to Wildwood. We only have one. Yeah, not enough air there in Seaside Heights with the amusements and everything else. Okay. But I am thrilled that Judge Dugan is into the ring. Side question now. We believe, at least, maybe I lost count somewhere. Sorry, John, but it's more fun to call this Mulligan's X, MX, this coming Friday, meaning Mulligan's like the Super Bowl. John, if you can, get a big X out. He's got big things up already that were coming. I love that. I just need a giant X out there standing for 10. It's in the neighborhood of our 10th appearance at Mulligan's over the last few years. And every one of them just unbelievable. So we were talking afterward, how can we work into the side question, the number 10? Well, of course, a perfect 10, but we're not going to do females. Something, not a person, but something that is a perfect 10, or as close as you can come to a perfect 10. So I'll take off the board. I happen to be thinking of Seinfeld when I was thinking about this last night. Cashmere.
Oh.
Yeah, Georgie, but cashmere, they came to Panama and said, no, you can't have that. That's cashmere with the dot on it. The dot makes it less than perfect. And a good massage. There's nothing like a massage. I'm telling you, you just, oh, God. I used to do it on air. We did an event. Oh, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't concentrate. It's that good. It's that healing. It's that all those things. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, can't say I've ever gotten a massage. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know
Well, we have
when
to.
I would.
We'll have to get somebody to Mulligan's to be masseusing, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to take off a couple here.
Sure.
First off, I'm going to take a dynamic duo here. They often go hand in hand.
Okay.
How about a sunrise and a sunset? I mean,
Very
absolutely
good.
perfect. You get up early to watch the sunrise. It's worth it every time. You know, you're having a beverage outside on a Saturday evening. Sun's going down. Sky's nice and purple and orange. Doesn't get much better than that.
I go for
Pretty
the
much
sunset more simply because you don't have to get up at the time that I'm usually.
yeah.
I'm not. I guess I'm up at the time of the sunrise.
I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there. And the
Yeah.
other thing I'm going to take off is pizza. Even when pizza stinks,
That's
it's still
true.
really good.
Well,
Perfect item.
Pizza with a pineapple on it might take it away, but in general terms,
The
that is
plain
a great
pizza.
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, that's what we're looking for on the side. But certainly, give us your reaction now, President Trump. National Guard. Now, that's a little bit trickier. One comment on that. National Guard should come into Washington to be backup, to take away all the duties that police are doing to free up more cops. And if they're stationed around and moving around and all, you got to think that's helpful. The only problem, remember that the National Guard is more military, and in urban settings, that could lead to challenges. Usually you bring in the National Guard where you don't care. Detroit, Newark riots, Philadelphia, you just want to put it down. So National Guard has some limitations. You know that, and I know that. And this is not going to happen overnight, but this is the best of Trump for the following reason. This is a guy who's saying, I'm not accepting the status quo. By the way, the argument's already being made that this is about Epstein. Harry Enton, CNN this morning, talked about, by every indicator that he can see, how much Google searches are down, how much any kind of social media about Epstein. And that's CNN saying it. Now, I still think it's a pretty potent issue. But this is CNN saying it's become, if not a nothing burger, it's approaching that. It was a big, juicy hamburger for a while. He's saying it's between that and a nothing burger. I thought I'd ask, do you feel that way about Epstein? Are you over it? Or are you still saying, I happened to get home on Friday when A Few Good Men was just ending up. And yes, I saw the last two scenes. Oh, my God. Every bit as good. Any second I could take is among my favorites. But is it a nothing burger now and approaching that? That's CNN's Harry Enton, who's been a fair arbiter of polling, social media, et cetera, said that this morning. I'm not where he is, but I got to say, I think a good bit of the luster's off. And the breaking news was that a judge said you can't release the grand jury testimony, as we thought the judge would say, around Epstein. Does it just go away? I'm in the camp that says even with the Trump base, I don't think it just goes away. One other item, too, Mulligan's on Friday. If you're coming, particularly if you live in Jersey or have a shore house, bring your electric bill. It's on the top of my list since we're in Jersey, with great people stopping by to really start to kick that off. The electric bill charge. It's obvious how out of control it is, and it's getting worse. Can it be pinned on Phil Murphy / Democrat / Mikey Sherrill? Well, logically it can. But who else will they pin it on? The whales? All right, 855-839-1210. You jump on board. Get in early here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show, filling out the roster for Mulligans. We got a couple new people, Dawn Fantasia, and also this guy who is a union construction guy, started a Twitter site that's ablaze on New Jersey politics, Wake Up NJ. He's going to be there because I'm seeing just the intensity of this governor's race and the turnout on Saturday over at the Scott Presler event. So Mulligans will be the place to be this Friday. Mulligans X. I'm looking at a split screen. I think I see Johnny with somebody. They're drawing an X. I assume by Friday it will be a fixture right in front of there. Roman numeral 10. X. 855-839-1210. You got the side question today. Something that's a perfect 10 since this is our 10th visit to Mulligans. Pat Dugan, I saw this Saturday night and started texting everybody. I didn't even know what time it was when I saw it. It was pretty late. But Dugan is running. Martina will be here at 1 to break this down. What is it? I think I know the answer. On Twitter, well, why in the world? What possesses you? It's like people are putting their stake in the ground. I told you there is no hope. Just give up. Now, first of all, even if there was only a infinitesimal chance. That's a chance against what we're facing with Larry Krasner. Why in the world would you want to rain on that? Well, it's because I told people so on Twitter. When this blows up, I'm going to say it in your face. No, you're the loser. I'm not going to say anything in my face. You got to be kidding me. And it's better than an infinitesimal chance. Republican turnout. Yes, there are still Republicans in Philadelphia, independents. And I just want to see if these people that complain, that are in unions, that are Democrats on paper, and they don't like the progressives and all, that's not their Northeast Philadelphia, South Philly. Are they really not going to vote for Dugan because he's not running in the Democrat primary? I mean, he's still a Democrat, whatever label they put in front of him. I'm willing to even forgive Vince Fennerty, the head of the Republican Party that I've routinely go after, and say that, wow, this was a stroke of genius. He got the write-in. They got the requisite votes to get the Republican Party behind him. So he's got some of the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, and we'll see about independents. Now, what's Krasner going to do? You know what he's going to do. I'm sure by the end of the day, he'll be attacking Dugan and saying Dugan wants to do to Philadelphia what Trump did in D.C. You know he will. Come on, Larry. I'll write the script right here. Here's the script. Here's the Krasner script. So, Bob Brady, I'm not sure. Come on, Bob. You're just laying it on a little thick here, going nuts and calling Dugan a liar. Look, this, at least on paper, sinks Dugan from any more Democrat offices. And maybe Bob's got to cover himself. I think Bob is a big fan of his, and we know he's not a fan of Krasner, but publicly, I get it. You know, he's got to say he's a liar. He told me he wouldn't run as a Republican. All right. Finally, some sanity in Philadelphia. So can you get behind that? Or is it only Trump running for something that gets people to look at their interest? I mean, we have to save ourselves here in Philadelphia. And in my judgment, this is a much better chance than Dugan in the Democrat primary and Vega. The other thing that's going to be interesting here, and I can't predict, is this. Dugan had a lot of union money behind him and a lot of volunteers. I think he'll have the volunteers again. Are the unions serious, though? If they want to stop Krasner, this is a pretty good chance. This is a much better chance. You know what this is like? This is like people saying, oh, I can't run against Josh Shapiro. How is Krasner invincible? In what universe? He hasn't run. He ran in a, what was it, a 6 or 7 person Democrat primary the first time around. And he got all that money, over $1.5 million. You remember that. First wave of the progressive attorneys. The second time, was it Carlos Vega the second time, or was that the first time in the general? Or was it Chuck Peruto? No, Peruto was the second time. Peruto was the second time, my God. And now we're into the third. This is the best shot. Why in the world think any differently? What is wrong? And if you're in the suburbs, you can help in any way you want. If you still care about, you have family, you care about the city, you despise these progressive prosecutors. Now, I don't know what Trump thinks he's going to do with blue cities like Philadelphia. He has power in D.C. because it is the nation's capital. I don't know that those powers extend in the way that we're seeing here in Philadelphia. Masterstroke, though, by Trump today. Buttoned up, legal. They identified some of the biggest problems. Juveniles, no cash bail, a general sense of status quo. That's what it is. There are going to be a certain number of murders and carjackings and everything else. That's D.C. No, it's the nation's capital. As far as being dirty and beautifying it, that's another big step forward. I mean, this is a guy who is relentless. And I told you, trying to make the argument, this is just a cover up on Epstein. Even CNN saying today that Epstein is fading. I'm not sure about that. You can tell me. I mean, I still think it has to be hashed out for all the reasons we've talked about. But you got to say, social media look, polling, etc., it is not front page. And then we have the big summit coming up with Putin this Friday in Alaska. So you put all that together, and we are, seeing something here that is unbelievable. Is Epstein fading? Still too soon to say. Okay, you get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you need to do is push pound 1210, hit us with something that you think is a perfect 10. And your comments, these are staggering developments, what the president did today. Martina White will be here to lay out the case on Judge Dugan. And if you're not in, okay, you don't want to be in. Stop raining on the parade. You're not smarter than the room. Telling me, well, how could you even consider this? Are you nuts? What do you mean, how could I consider it? Oh, let's just give up. Let's just let this continue, this nonsense. I just laid it out for you. First time around, he had all that money. That's how he won the primary. Second time around, Peruto was the general election. He's the incumbent. Third time around, he did beat Dugan solidly. Should Dugan change tactics and appeal to people by saying, all right, you know what? I have a heart as a judge. I did all that stuff, but I am going to really crack down law and order under Judge Dugan. That's what I would advise him to do if he comes on. All right, 855-839-1210.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash-Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, August 20th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Governor Shapiro joins SEPTA leaders to call for funding and avoid deep service cuts to SEPTA in less than 2 weeks. Protesters marched from City Hall to Spring Garden to protest the war in Gaza. And the Philadelphia Zoo spent the weekend with Odunde 365 celebrating their African Culture Fest.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs.
Well, we're back into summer mode for sure. The humidity ramping up today. We're going to get up to 89, maybe even close to 90. About 89, maybe 91 tomorrow. More humidity again back into the 90s on Wednesday and Thursday.
It's Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs or endless pools starting at $170 per month. Get 50% off endless pools accessories and up to $2,000 off a Cabana cover. Sale ends Labor Day. SpringDanceHotTubs.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. So the trifecta today. We led off talking about Trump in Washington, right? Then Judge Dugan comes back into the ring. The third level, Trump telling the military to gear up. And to me, this is the best of all. This is the best that has been so long in coming. And I speak as someone that went into Juarez, has been in Mexico, a fake country controlled by the drug cartels. But it's more than Mexico. It's Latin America. Escalating a crackdown now. The military involvement. Now, we don't know if they'll use drones. We don't know what other tactics they'll use. But the mission is to stop the drug cartels. The border is sealed pretty well, but that doesn't mean they don't have other machinations. They're still probing, trying to get into the country, and to destroy drug labs and things related to it. And this is a big moment with President Trump going after this. Every bit, it's bigger than what's going on with Washington, even though that's good news. It's as big as it gets. How long have we talked about this? How long have people, DeSantis, I think, would have done it. He's talked about it. We're not going to let you sit on the other side of the border and continue to be this narco state that does such damage. This is the end of the line. That's where Trump's going. All right, I also mentioned, and I say we get a lot on Twitter, etc., that Epstein is dropping down. CNN reporting today, Epstein is dropping down on social media, Google searches, a lot of the things you would take a look at. Now, I'm not sure what the Trump base. I still think people want accountability. So we have the grand jury. The argument is the judge said, no, you can't unseal them. We thought that would happen. But they still have a tremendous amount of material there. Are they going to release it? Vice President Vance, over the weekend, started to move toward that and saying, yeah, we're transparent, and that caused problems. But I'll take CNN at their word that there are bigger things out there than Epstein. And when I said that the first time around, oh, God, you can't say that. Obviously, we get the victims. We get all that. But that does not mean these other things don't have universal significance, okay? Phone lines are 855-839-1210, and you hit us on something that is a perfect 10 as we're headed back to Mulligan's. And again, if you're coming to Mulligan, just write yourself a note. Bring your electric bill. You know, we'll have plenty of time. You come up, you show it. We don't mention your name if you don't want. I just want to have the evidence there. I want to make it a fixture of what we're talking about on Friday, in addition to all the things that we celebrate, have not arrived yet at anything that approaches gravy and sauce. And I try to tell Rose, she comes up with some of these. There's only one gravy and sauce that we voted on. The latest suggestion by everybody I've asked and on Twitter and all is Jimmy's or sprinkles. It's a little side. Maybe. It's not gravy or sauce.
No, it's not. It's not. And I feel like, it's kind of played out. It's not. Yeah. Like, I feel like gravy sauce is very local. I guess Jimmy Sprinkles is too.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. I know we differ on the terminology.
Yeah. It might. I think there are possible things to play with there. But these things are like gossamer. They're hard to create. And I still get all the stuff on gravy and sauce. All right. Jimmy Kimmel. I can't play the sound yet. We're having a little malfunction here. But
we're going to be able to play the sound, but not the audio. So
okay.
YouTube is they're out of luck.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, so that's the main component anyhow. Here's Jimmy Kimmel over the weekend doing his podcast. This is cut 6, saying he's got his Italian citizenship. Oh, my God, what a disgrace. Jimmy Kimmel has Italian citizenship. Now, I think once you get the secondary citizenship, that's it. You lose this citizenship. How do you like that, Jimmy? Listen to his explanation.
A lot of people I know are thinking about where they can get
Sarah Silverman with her.
Citizenship and
I
stuff.
do have Italian. I did get Italian citizenship.
You do?
I do.
That's amazing.
I do have that. And what's going on is as bad as you thought it was going to be.
Way worse.
It's so much worse.
It's
just
horrible.
Unbelievable. Like, I feel like it's probably even worse than he would like it to be.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I do. Every once in a while, I'll Google Trump regrets or MAGA regrets just to see all the people that I'm not happy that they're upset and but it makes me hope that maybe this will bring people together.
All right. So Jimmy Kimmel now, right? Italian citizenship. Amazing. Why? An escape portal in case he can't take Trump anymore. Trump comes after him. It's stunning. And what are they going to say? What's late night going to say about what Trump did today with Washington? Are we going to hear the nonsense? Well, crime is down. So we've come to an acceptable level where it has 3.5 times the national average of carjacking. Where obviously, Jeanine Pirro laying it out as the U.S. attorney. We have roving gangs of these kids, juveniles, that are out of control. In addition to everything else, it's a violent place. The nation's capital shouldn't be like the nation's capital of these other cities. That's the point. Well, you're just doing that as a distraction from Epstein. Well, I told you that CNN today, by a lot of metrics, says that Epstein has faded. I'm not quite in that camp. I don't think most listeners are yet, but we're seeing signs that this is going away a bit. I'm not sure why. People just get tired of it and move on to other things. Also, a couple of people, one on Morning Joe today, saying that Trump is playing this well at this point with Putin. Now, I don't like Putin coming to the United States in any way, shape, or form. He is beyond a war criminal. He's evil. But I'm sure there's got to be some, rationale with Alaska. I don't know if Sarah Palin's involved. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Dom. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Joe.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what Silverman said, how this is going to bring
people together, hatred of Trump. Yeah, and how about Jimmy Kimmel? Wait a minute. We got to stop this. I can't go to Italy if Jimmy Kimmel is going to be there. I mean, that's impossible.
Don't let him rule the roost, please. Go an exception to him, and enjoy yourself. But how, Jimmy Kimmel's leaving, going to Italy. Everybody, we're going to love each other now. It just, one doesn't correlate with the other. My side answer is, and I told Dan, it's not so much the feat itself, but it's that ultimate time clock realization when the clock is ticking down that your team is, in fact, going to be Super Bowl champs.
Yes. Well, did you have that in 2017, or were you thinking I was? It's something still was up with Brady with 0 seconds left there.
Well, Dom, I don't know if we ever have a discussion or a debate on what was your better Super Bowl. That was it. And and I'll tell you, I celebrated with my children. They were going crazy, and they seemed to all come to that point because that was a more exciting game. The Philly. They knew at that point they were Super Bowl champs, and it was ecstatic, and I was not going to take that away from them in my household.
Gotcha. Thank you, Joe, very much. Thanks for starting us off. That's a good one. So something that is a perfect 10. We'll get Dan's coming up. 855-839-1210, though. That's how you get on board. Here's something that's not a perfect 10. This is cut 10. John Leguizamo, the comedian / actor, I guess. Listen to his take on Dean Cain for joining ICE. That's 10.
Hold on, give me a
second.
second.
Cut
here.
10
Sorry.
here. Cut 10.
What kind of loser volunteers to be an ICE officer? What a moron. Dean Cain, your pronouns are has been.
Oh.
Yeah, there you
John
go.
Leguizamo.
Yeah, John
The best.
Leguizamo. So, well, let's check his status here. Just saying. Maybe his status is in question.
The biggest thing he does is a 1997 indie film called The Pest.
Right,
and
exactly.
He's not done much since.
Yeah,
you think he's bigger?
I think so.
I think he's on the level of Dean
He's a much
Cain.
bigger star than Dean Cain.
Well,
you think so?
Yeah, totally.
The point is, though, that ICE is able to attract people, as far as we can tell.
Luigi and Mario.
What should local police be doing? I don't know. This is just the money thing, what ICE is offering. All right. Wide open time to get in. Martina White here at 1, Scott Presler at 2 on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've never understood the fascination with seeking somebody's autograph.
Maybe when I was a little kid, I did. As an adult, I've never once asked for an autograph.
We had John Cena 13 years ago. We took a picture for social media, and I said hello. I shook his hand.
Autographs are weak sauce.
I also think if you are the celebrity, you're not out of line by saying no to an autograph seeker if that seeker is an adult. You're a jerk if you do it to a kid.
The worst.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The savings are still hot at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. Or choose a 13-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.85% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great savings rates and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking account. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. What is a perfect 10? Something that's a perfect 10. We'll get Dan's in a moment, but let's go to Bill in Bucks County. Hello, Bill.
Hi there. Good Monday, Dom. I just wanted to make some comments about Dugan running for district attorney. I think that that's going to be an extremely difficult thing because the GOP in Philly does not have their act together, and it's been like that ever since Dilworth and Clark took over.
So, Bill,
right?
Why are you coming on here doing that? To what point would you possibly be doing that? Tell me, what point?
Because maybe we can incite the GOP Republican Party to get off their butts, start knocking on doors, get some registrations, get Scott Presler down there.
No, you're not going to do it by doing that. We have to try to encourage them at this point because, Bill, they finally have done something right. That's my point. I'm the biggest going after them to try to motivate them. They've done something right here.
I'm not negative about it. I'm pragmatic about it. That's it. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's the ratio of Democrats to Republicans in Philly is just pathetic.
Wait a minute. We know all that, but he got 38 to 39% in the primary against Krasner. The question is, are those people going to be this insane to vote against him because he's not running on paper as a Democrat now? I can't tell yet.
The Democrat Party has a stronghold on Philly, and that's the way it is. And maybe somebody like Scott Presler could help equalize that a little bit, maybe, I mean,
right.
that's...
Okay. All right. What's your side today, Bill?
My side question is actually a record album by Fleetwood Mac called Rumors, 1977.
All right.
Great answer, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
I am obsessed with that album.
Yeah, okay. The point with Bill is this. No, I'm not going to bash the Republican Party today. Vince, feel free to come on. I bashed enough. Feel free to come on. We're not going to call you, but feel free because you did the right thing. I don't know who there, I'll ask Martina White, was able to get the idea of a write-in campaign for Dugan. He got over 6,000. I forget what the number he needed. So he's on the ballot in the general election. Are these Democrats really, if the people that voted for him in the Democrat primary don't vote for him now, there is no saving these people. They're not Democrats, but they're moderate Democrats. They're just idiots. They're just idiots. And if Republicans don't turn out and go, oh, my God, what chance is there? I think there's a real chance here. Not an even chance against Krasner. We still have to deal with that. But there's hope here. What in the world is there about people? Oh, that's pragmatism. Well, if you were pragmatic, Trump would never be president, right? All right, Dan, what's a perfect 10? Do you have
I got a list of them, Dom.
Sure.
You ready for these?
Yeah.
How about first off, coming up for me, I hear about this, but I've never got to experience it. Perfect 10 moment, similar along the lines of Joe in Columbus with his Super Bowl moment. How about the birth of a child? I don't think you can say anything besides
I would agree with
10,
you
right?
on that. Yep.
How about the roast pork wonton noodle soup from Sankey down in Chinatown? The perfect 10 of a soup, Dom. I would highly suggest.
That sounds awesome.
And then one I think Roe would highly endorse. I got to experience this, and it is no doubt a perfect 10, Dom. A good pina colada on a hot summer day.
All right, there you go. Virgin pina colada in this case. We refined it. So that's for her.
Double the rum. I'll take her rum.
Yeah, okay. Those are really good ones, particularly the birth of a child. Try being the birth coach, too. I'm telling you. Now that is something that's on my resume for two of them, two birth coaches.
Breathe.
DJ was exhausting. Luke was 5 minutes, as I remember it. It's like, Ro, what the heck? This isn't like it was. DJ, an hour after hour. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. Martina White, Powerhouse in Harrisburg. We'll ask her how the budget's going, which is not. They've come up with a new SEPTA budget here today. But also Judge Dugan. what has to happen for Dugan to be able to defeat Larry Krasner? Are we back to, again, afraid of our own shadow? Krasner can't be defeated. Josh Shapiro can't be defeated. My God. Look, I'm not saying these things are easy. And it seems to me the only air in the room is when Trump's running for something. Oh, is Trump running? Then I'm excited. Otherwise, I don't care. Well, take that attitude and you're going to see where you live, where you are. I'd say there's a fair amount of enthusiasm in Jersey, though. There seems to be with Jack Ciattarelli. And that rally over the weekend with Scott was really well attended. He'll be here at 2 today. Hey, let me tell you first, though, about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news, too, the thing that's happening right now. Dr. Bentz is expanding his service and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're in a general dentist and that general dentist needs some backup, it's a harder case, Dr. Bentz lives for that. Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, and he's really brought me along, convincing me, the electric toothbrush, the water pick, just sound things. He's so good at doing that, moving the patient gradually along to better dental health. You'll get that every time. Call and schedule that appointment now. Get that initial look-see at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
One more time, Zeoli Army, we get to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
All right, it is Dom time, and one of our all-time favorites, of course. I don't know. She might push me out of first in line to be a blood oath to try to stop the carnage of Larry Krasner, and I don't say that lightly. She's right up there in the top 5 in the entire universe. State Representative Martina White, and we talked a while ago about what would happen to get Judge Dugan to run. Masterstroke by Republicans, those write-in votes. Can he win? I say yes, and I don't understand why we have so many negative people. Let's see if Martina can change that around. All right, Martina, you might be first in line because you're a public official. I'm an official bloviator. So for you to be out there that much on the Krasner watch, that says something.
Yeah. Hey, Dom. Hey, listeners tuning in today. Big news. Pat Dugan's running for district attorney against Larry Krasner. So I'm looking for round 2 to see how it goes. And I think that in terms of Pat's ability to win, I think I'm all on board. It's definitely possible, and I think we need to take that chance. We need to push hard up in Northeast Philadelphia, get the turnout that we need to see so that he can get the support from our area, obviously up where I'm at. And, I think having me and you got Senator Joe Picozzi, you've got Brian O'Neill, you got a lot of great Republican elected officials that can help boost that turnout and help support Pat that we otherwise, aren't necessarily able to do, during a Democrat primary. So I think Pat's going to get independent voters, Democrat voters that already voted for him in the Dem primary, and that kind of combination is going to be what puts him over the top.
Let's do the math for those, because I'm in agreement. I think the key thing, Martina, and look, you've won elective office. I only observe it. I cannot believe that 39% of Democrats that voted for Dugan suddenly are going to say, I can't vote for him and vote for a guy who's the polar opposite. So if they vote for him, that number and an inspired Republican turnout to say, if you don't come out now, forget it. You're never going to come out. The stakes are that high. And then independent voters, who I don't think are progressive necessarily, that math adds up unless Krasner draws more people than usual.
Exactly. Dom, you hit it on the head. If we get the turnout that we need and make sure that all those, people who've been voting for Republicans up and down the ticket in the last cycle, if they come out and vote and support Pat Dugan for DA, it's going to be game over for Larry Krasner. And I think that Larry thought he was going to get a free ride. I think he, was expecting to just get a pass, and it's not happening because Pat Dugan stepped up. He's a great person. He obviously was the judge in Veterans Court down in the city, so he understands the needs of our public and civilians who've been dealing with crime-ridden streets, our cars getting stolen, and nothing being done about the criminals that are doing these illegal activities. And I think he's going to be the guy to help us make sure that our cops are well supported, but also that the people who, are just getting fumbled up in the system aren't going through the worst of the judicial process.
Well, look,
but anyway, I think he's going to be a big help.
Where you are in Northeast Philadelphia, this is the epicenter of it. I mean, Pat Dugan is the face of that. If you can't see this guy as one of your own that gets what's happened to Northeast Philadelphia, except for your district and largely due to you and a lot of your efforts, the erosion is obvious to anyone. That's where I would point the erosion in Philadelphia. Some neighborhoods are long gone, although I see revitalization in South Philly, some of that during the Trump election, and people down there. There's a couple wards down there. But this is Northeast Philadelphia. Northeast Philadelphia, who I think before you were born, was the guy that had the state Senate seat there, came up with Liberty City to a draw from Philadelphia. Imagine if he saw Larry Krasner.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Northeast Philly is certainly a wonderful place to live and work, and I'm very blessed to be able to represent it. And I think, if we can drive the voters out, obviously people in the Northeast in particular saw the value in writing Pat Dugan in when they went to the polls this primary election cycle. I think that if that number of people were willing to step up and perform a historic write-in campaign the way that we did, we can provide a historic upset on Larry Krasner.
Martina, a couple people, and I go either way here with whatever we have to do to win, said, and I get it, it was the Democrat primary. Maybe for people who don't know him, a little bit more emphasis that he's not just going to be like a stricter version of Larry Krasner. He has a heart. He's a veterans court, all that stuff. I just think it's got to be a constant message, though, that's credible and specific. Here's what I'll do specifically that Krasner will never do that's going to change this. A firmer Pat Dugan in this. Can that be done in Philadelphia, or would that turn people away?
No, I think that there are people all across every neighborhood across the city, no matter what part you're from, that want to make sure they have safe streets, that they're not watching a murderer get back into onto their block. You know what I mean? Like these are basic things that people expect from their government officials of providing a safe community to live in and to work in. They don't want to be worried about walking down the street and getting punched in the back of the head, or they don't want to have to worry about walking out their front door and finding out that their car got stolen or that they get carjacked themselves. And I think the point of it is to make sure that these harder criminals are being not only captured, but also that the prosecutions are taking place to make sure they're not being put right back onto our streets. And that's, I think, the area of focus. But Pat's going to explain all of what his plans are. And I look forward to helping to support him and making sure that we get a win come November.
Martina, a couple of things to catch up with you on. One, the budget, which is interminable. We see they passed a new budget. Did the Democrats really allow some more oversight of SEPTA in this new budget that I think the Senate's probably going to reject, even though we're in week 7? What is being called for? What kind of oversight should the legislature have that they don't now?
So here's the thing, Dom, and I'm happy to go into it in detail, but here's the problem. Right now, it is mid-August. Mm-hmm. The budget was due June 30th. We are constitutionally required to get it done by that date, and now we've gone well past that. So we're 2 months over. The budget, there was no budget passed today, just to be clear. So we were brought in Sunday and Monday today to pass a performative measure so that the House Democrat caucus can get cover so that they won't be attacked publicly for not having gotten the budget done yet, because they are running 3/4 of government at this point, right? They've got the courts, they have the governor, they have the House majority by 1 seat, and, they have been unable to lead and compromise to get a full budget done for Pennsylvanians. This measure today was basically a Hail Mary right before there are going to be major SEPTA cuts to the system, a fare increase of 21% and like 45% cuts across the system. This is purely because they have lacked the ability to lead and to ensure that there is compromise for an overarching budget deal. And throwing a piece up on the wall, like to see if it'll stick, is not the way to negotiate a budget, and that's what we were dealing with today. It's a shame because it actually costs taxpayers money to send the legislature out there to do these political maneuvers on their end, and I just don't see the Senate picking it up and moving that ball forward. And it's a real shame because locally these are my constituents too that get to use the system and et cetera. But it's just, you can't negotiate a budget by just lobbing stuff across the chambers and thinking it's going to just stick. It just so you can get coverage back home. It doesn't work like that.
Martina, I'm surprised that the great camouflager, Josh Shapiro, seems to be showing his colors more. He's the only governor that joined in trying to stop Trump prohibiting so-called gender-affirming care for minors. And then when he took a look at the bill that you and other females leading on this, other male voters too, on sports and women, said he's not going to let Trump and Doug Mastriano. And I thought this Doug, all the women are really leading this on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. What do you make of it? What is he doing now?
The governor is doing the same thing he's been doing for the past 3 years. He's trying to run for president. All of his TikToks are targeted at the youth, people who aren't even eligible to vote yet. And again, he hasn't passed a budget on time since he's been elected to be governor. And that's, I guess, his goal. And I don't think he feels he's going to have any significant opposition in his gubernatorial race, which I know Stacey Garrity is going to, assuming she announces and assuming she's the candidate, I think she'll do a great job.
Could I get you on that though? Are you lighting candles as I am? Do you think it'll happen?
Yeah, I think it's going to happen soon. I just,
Good.
I haven't heard a specific date, but I've heard soon. So I'm very hopeful, and that's for Stacey to sort through and to do on her part. But, we're all here for it. And exposing the true colors of Josh Shapiro is not easy. He's very good at the politics of politics, right? But when he if you remember when he did a 180 on the school choice initiative, and it's so ironic when you look at, the need for the SEPTA funding, it's like they want to have taxpayers pay for a free ride for kids to go to school, which, okay, fine. But then when the kids get there, how about we're not sending them to a failing school?
Right.
How about that?
Exactly.
We need to put in the right reforms to make sure that our school system is running well and that parents have options for their kids. So that, and then you look at the energy policy. He shows up out in Pittsburgh when U.S. Senator McCormick brings in $92 billion of investment to our state. And he shows up and he can't even bear to admit that joining Reggie, his appeal to the Supreme Court of this unconstitutional tax of Reggie on our energy, is causing our energy bills to go up and creating instability in the marketplace and making it so our energy here in Pennsylvania will not be unleashed.
That's definitely
everything.
Running for president. That's what they do. Murphy did the same thing with the windmills in Jersey. It's the gold ticket. You got to do that to run for president.
Exactly. But when you're talking about the women in sports stuff and the, allowing children, really young or youth to be, mutilated, I think he is selecting the wrong sides of these issues, allowing them, men to be in women's sports and in our locker rooms and things like that. He's pandering to the far progressive left. And it's all for votes for a presidential cycle. And I just think it's going to backfire in his face next year. But, hey, you know what? To each their own. And hopefully he can just find the time, in his spare time, I guess, from doing all the TikToks, to maybe come back to Pennsylvania and do the work of the people and pass a real budget.
Absolutely. Martina, thank you so much. And thanks for that good news, at least maybe, on Stacey Garrity and Judge Dugan. Again, the math is there. It's not going to be easy. We know that. And we know what Krasner, I'm watching every second. He hasn't said Dugan is Trump and he's going to take over Philadelphia like Trump in D.C., but maybe by 4 or 5 o'clock he might.
Yeah, I know. Because Krasner, that's all he can do. It's all he can do is try to attack the president and kind of blame Pat Dugan for all of that. But people are going to see through it. They know what they're feeling in their wallets. They know what they're feeling when they walk out onto the street. And I think that it's ultimately coming down to how many votes can we get out come November. We can make a difference. It is possible. People need to believe that, and they need to show up. I will be there, and I look forward to helping along the way.
Absolutely. Martina, thank you. We're at your service. Just tell me where and when to help out. We will.
Thanks so much, Dom.
Take
you guys
care.
Take it easy. Be well. You too.
State Representative Martina White here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, to the naysayers, does that math add up that there's a shot here? Yes. Also, good news, she believes that Stacey Garrity will be announcing soon, that it's a better chance on that than not. Again, Shapiro's tough politically, but can be beaten. Got to take the shot. That's what I'd be telling her. If I'm in her ear, take the shot. I just think Stacey Garrity's got name recognition issues here in this area. More of that in other parts of the state, rural Pennsylvania, though. I think she's got tremendous credibility and name recognition. And I think she's working on it, so hopefully we're going to see that pretty soon. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit me on the side, which is a perfect 10. We're headed to Mulligan's. Bring your electric bill if you're in Jersey. I can't do any contests. We got all kinds of rules. Doug Burgum, the Interior, has some of the police, national police in Washington helping out. Just said on Fox, this is going to go further than just Washington. That's going to be interesting to see if Trump does this in New York, L.A., Philadelphia, Chicago. Chicago is where I would go. That is the most out of control. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Jack Chitterelli. I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you to my gun here. You're not a minigun.
Oh, man. This is to be continued, all right?
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, August 16th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Coming off Martina, this is cut 19, Henry. Now, this is the problem in some places like D.C. So Trump is proposing a complete crackdown there. Everybody in Washington, when you talk with them, that works there, inside the Capitol, et cetera, it's all fine, the tourist section, pretty much. But you go outside the bubble of this, and it is violent. Carjacking is a huge problem. He just had an intern killed in the last few months. You had the Doge guy beaten up in a carjacking thing. And status quo. The people in Washington have run it. I mean, the media, many of whom are not in Washington, they may be in New York, they're just running stat after stat after stat. What the heck is he talking about? Crime is down. That's their argument. So here is a D.C. resident. There are a lot that support Trump in this, but listen to the mentality that you have of those that oppose it. Cut 19.
We have home rule for a reason.
Because if it's safety and crime the president is worried about, Green has some thoughts to add to his agenda.
Or is he going to come pick up our trash next? Is that what I should expect? We do have areas with high grass that he can cut. I have infrastructure problems in my community. Can he put some funding on the table for that?
He shouldn't be making those kind of decisions. That's more like a dictator.
Gotti thinks that if this is the way the administration is going to continue...
Everybody now is in like a big old gumbo pot of, you know what I'm saying? You don't know what's in it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You don't know what you're going to get served.
All right, so come and cut the grass. Give us some more money. You know, this is a lot in blue cities. Trump seems to be serious about cracking down there, then moving to other cities. New York, Chicago is the one where I think is the greatest need. One other, and this is a great contrast. This is cut 20. This is a split screen in your mind. Yesterday, Pritzker, the hotel heir. That's all this guy's done. He married into $1 billion. He's the one keeping the Democrats in Chicago in his hotels. Pritzker was on Meet the Press. Mondami was also on Meet the Press, the commie running to be the mayor of New York a while ago. So listen to Mondami at the beginning of this about we shouldn't have billionaires. And then Pritzker comes in saying, well, he's a billionaire, but it's fine because he's a good billionaire.
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality.
Governor, is that the kind of message that Democrats should be embracing?
Look, how much money you have doesn't determine what your values are. And I'm a Democrat because I believe that everyone deserves health care. I'm a Democrat because I believe we've got to fund education and have a free public education available to every kid in this country. I'm a Democrat because I believe that we've got to stand up for our democracy and against the MAGA Republicans who are literally trying to take away people's rights all across this country. So it does not matter what your income level is. What matters is what your values are, and that's what makes me a Democrat.
Oh, really? Well, every part of your party, the income inequality, the guy Mondami that they're all gaga over, says you can't be a billionaire. And I would agree with them. The logic of it is based upon what they believe and what they say, you can't become a billionaire. One of the biggest resentments I've had over 40, 50 years, I guess, is the Kennedys. Remember the Kennedys? Just basking in wealth and muscle, the father, to get anything done, anything they wanted. And yet their part, and particularly today, lecturing on income inequality and all the rest. The Springsteens of the world, the same kind of thing. Still writing about that, singing about that. This guy Pritzker just marries into it. He didn't even make it himself, but he's a good billionaire. So he can have $1 billion, even though he wants to tax ferociously everybody else trying to accumulate wealth. This is the cognitive dissonance that you have to buy into to be a Democrat. No, Mondami has it right. If you look at it, A plus B equals C, which says no billionaires from you. He's definitely right on that. The billionaires are the problem. The multi 10, 20, 30, 40 millionaires, they're the problem too, he would go after. Why? They drive up prices in places like New York, he believes. So Pritzker is one of their contenders, if you can imagine, for president. How in the world do you go out there and say, I'm a good billionaire, though? And the other guy, clearly, who has the floor now, we shouldn't have billionaires. Okay, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You heard Martina White fully talking about, look, if Northeast Philadelphia wants to remain sort of like Northeast Philadelphia was, middle class Mayfair that we talk about, they should be jumping at the chance. All you have to do is be a registered voter. You don't have to be a Democrat. It doesn't matter. Just registered. They should be coming out of the woodwork to say, here's something meaningful. Need I remind you the event we did over at 5 Points for the kid who was killed and still his family has not gotten justice, just bringing in water for the family in the Krasner era. And those clowns that did it are still, because they're juveniles, not facing justice. They ought to get the death penalty. If they serve 20 years in jail, it'll be a miracle. Are those people going to come out? Otherwise, shut up. Don't complain about deterioration of the neighborhood. Don't complain about up and down the boulevard. It doesn't look the same. Okay, here's your chance. That is the epicenter, that and parts of South Philly. Krasner will be out there spending probably millions of dollars in grants with the reverends, the black clergy, and others, and telling people he's going to bring more criminals, they're not criminals, home from jail. He'll also go to these insulated areas like Chestnut Hill, where they don't have drive-by shootings. They don't have to deal with Krasner, but they're enamored with his reforms. What reforms? Here's a real shot. And people that go on Twitter, stay off my Twitter. You have one time around, you're not pragmatic. Go to hell. This isn't about pragmatism. This is about saving something. You let Krasner win again, and someday Mumia will walk free. Someday he'll go in the tank enough that he'll come home. Yeah, that's exactly one of the fears, just as a big fear, in addition to the carnage. Okay, I'm coming to your call. Scott Presler off a huge event in Seaside Heights. He'll be here at 2 o'clock. There's good news in registration in Pennsylvania. They just came down a little while ago. The numbers, we'll ask about Jersey, Chester County, etc. But the governor's race is a pitch battle. Again, I'll be very surprised if either candidate wins by more than 1%. Realize Jack Ciattarelli's got a lot going for him this time, but it's still a progressive state, even though inroads have been made. So what does that mean? Turn out again. If we turn out, we beat her. We beat Phil Murphy. We beat progressivism. And Jersey has a governor who will really do good things. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. Well, it's here. Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you of the year. Their customer appreciation sale is on. And it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles. Plus, your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout. So whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health, this is your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, well, now's the best time to give it a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50. Receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue natural supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
Beautiful. And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was.
I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Weather sponsored by WSFS Bank.
Well, we're back into summer mode for sure. The humidity ramping up today. We're going to get up to 89, maybe even close to 90. About 89, maybe 91 tomorrow. More humidity again back into the 90s on Wednesday and Thursday.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS. We stand for service.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show on Fox. Kennedy talking about Madami. Here's a guy that is living in a rent-stabilized, and boy, for New York, apartment, and it looks pretty good. $2,300 a month, meaning you can't go past, it's rent stabilized. There's some formula, there's a whole thing involved. Okay. He makes $142,000 a year as a New York assemblyman. That's a part-time job. He makes other things by writing, etc. His family and his wife are all millionaires, multimillionaires. How in the world? And the answer is because they don't care. There's juice with this guy. The people voting for him just see something new. It's like Krasner. It's like an elixir. Well, he's doing something different. He's a jolt to the system. And when you go that socialism is as old as the Pilgrims coming here and the failure they had, remember that when they went that way? Or beyond, all the way back in biblical times. Yeah, but this strikes me as new now. This guy's different. That's all it is. I think he's going to win. And if he wins, Jerry Nadler today says this guy is going to be in Trump's face every day. We can only pray. Because what will happen in the midterms is this guy will be going out of his way to be the other side, the face of it. Imagine, though, that kind of money. I'm thinking he's probably making close to 170 plus. The wife is a millionaire. His family are 10 millionaire, 20 millionaire types that subsidize him, the wedding, the whole thing he did. And yet in New York, where people are suffering at the cost of rent, they want a champion who's been able to work the system. Now, you got to hope the people running against him break down. How did he get a rent subsidized situation? $2,300 for New York. That's hard to believe. He's not even a champagne commie. It's beyond that. This is what happens. And again, This is what we're up against in Philadelphia. This is a tell. In my mind, you heard Martina White. With Judge Dugan, you have a real candidate this time. The thing I didn't bring up with her, that's for a later date. Will the unions back him as they did in the Democrat primary? Particularly the building trades. Remember, I commended them. They went out of their way. They know what Krasner, what a cancer he is. Will they step up because he's not running as a Democrat per se now? Although I've seen independent Democrat out there. Will they do that? If they put that political muscle, volunteers' money, behind him, he definitely can contend. I think Krasner's surprised. I think he was basking in just riding in again, mocking everything. We'll see now that he actually has a race. He ran against Chuck Peruto the last time. Carlos Vega the other time. I mean, look, we had to do what we had to do. Somebody against him, etc. Now, will Dugan come on, talk, try to reach our listeners, try to reach, I know how big we are in places like Northeast Philadelphia. Will he try to do that? Will he talk about Lincoln High School and how you're going to put 900 new freshmen coming in trailers and the reason why? To rally people there, to say, no, we're not going to be on board with all this stuff. So Northeast Philly, parts of South Philly will be the epicenter of this. Will they come out and vote? And then when cops have trouble, think of the number of cops and cops' families and cop-friendly in Northeast Philadelphia. Remember the last time I told you that I was told that Dugan didn't even ask for the endorsement of the FOP. If he doesn't do it this time, that's a mistake. I mean, come on. Well, everybody's radioactive. Well, Krasner certainly isn't. Doesn't appear to be. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby, and Drew's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. Dom, you were talking earlier about exactly what I wanted to talk about, where I think these federal agents in these major cities, they should be deployed. Because, Dom, for example, in Atlantic City, if you wander 2 blocks off the boardwalk, you're like in no man's land. You know what I mean? It's exactly like Washington, D.C., only in certain areas.
Well, I would say, sadly, I think that way in Upper Darby. I didn't think that way when Chipwood was there, but Upper Darby's got some pockets of exactly what you're talking about.
I agree. And whenever something goes on, I joke with my buddies, whenever something goes on, I say, hey, would you imagine if Mike Chitwood would still be in charge? They wouldn't get away with that, man,
No, absolutely.
And, yeah, you're right, Dom. And the only folks who are against all this are the politicians on the left. They're going to expect to cry racism and Nazism, but I guarantee you, Dom, if you go in these inner cities and you talk to the grandmothers and the mothers who have lost loved ones with all this violence, I wouldn't be surprised if they welcome these guys.
Well, yes, I think that's absolutely the case. We're going to see, are there more of that than the other side? And here in Philadelphia, we're going to see it with Krasner. Drew, what's your side today?
All right, Dom, in the 2024 election, it was a thrill of victory for the Republicans and the agony of defeat for the Democrats. And that was when Donald Trump ran the table with all the purple states. The states that were borderline, and they all went for Trump, like the Ohios, the Pennsylvanias, the Michigans. It was a beautiful thing, Dom. That was a perfect 10.
All right, thank you, Drew. Well, I think winning the popular vote still is a shocker. On election night, I would have laid down a lot of money and say, no way, even against Kamala Harris, you're winning the popular vote. It's just too staggering of all the stuff that's out there. But the popular vote, she even lost the popular vote. Wow. All right, we're looking for that because we're headed to Mulligan's August 15th and then the 29th, but the 15th, the one right in front of us. A lot of great people stopping by. I think you're going to enjoy some of the people that you'll meet on the round table, like Dawn Fantasia, the Wake Up New Jersey guy. It's a real character who was at the big event with Scott Presler. And the usual cast of characters and fun and great food and drink and Johnny Z and the gang, the Summer White House. That's this Friday, noon until 3, although we're usually there by 11:30, 11:15, so a little bit afterward. All right, you get in at 855-839-1210. Take more of your calls coming up. Scott Presler with great news in both Jersey and Pennsylvania. He is here at 2 o'clock. Watch for this on the radar screen. Washington dominating today, but it's pretty clear that President Trump has authorized the military to start to give him some planning about taking out drug cartels, not just in Mexico. I see Latin America as the header on that. Now, how are they going to do that? Well, that's an interesting question. Drone attacks, etc. DeSantis is one of the people who talked about that early on, and I'm convinced he would have done it. He's not president, though. I'm convinced Trump is going to do it. You're going to send a message. You're not going to, continue to somehow or another get through the border, cause all this damage, deal with the Chinese, fentanyl particularly. And when you go there, I don't know if I have still the tape of that. My interview with the mayor of Juarez, I'm saying to the guy, well, what's up with all the school desks? The blast. And he gives me two of his guys. He said, it's only a block and a quarter till you're on the bridge to get out of Mexico. You walk back over. I was going to be picked up on the other side. And he gives me two guys. I wouldn't say they were Dan's height, but both these guys were taller. They were like 6'3", and both had their hand on the Uzi so that you could see it, inside. Not safe. So if the guy with the machine gun on the back of the Jeep isn't safe, I'm coming in a Toyota with this guy. I might have been hunched down a little bit until we got in there. But this mayor, his family had to live in El Paso. He was in Juarez. Was just riveting. Yes, Joey Vento wanted to come on that ride. CBS at that point would not okay it. So, somehow or another, he got into a car at the Charlotte Speedway, heart condition and all. I don't know who okayed that. I had nothing to do with it. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've never understood the fascination with seeking somebody's autograph.
Maybe when I was a little kid, I did. As an adult, I've never once asked for an autograph.
We had John Cena 13 years ago. We took a picture for social media, and I said hello. I shook his hand.
Autographs are weak sauce.
I also think if you are the celebrity, you're not out of line by saying no to an autograph seeker if that seeker is an adult. You're a jerk if you do it to a kid.
The worst.
Yep.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Governor Shapiro joins SEPTA leaders to call for funding and avoid deep service cuts to SEPTA in less than 2 weeks.
Protesters marched from City Hall to Spring Garden to protest the war in Gaza. And the Philadelphia Zoo spent the weekend with their Dune Day 365 celebrating their African Culture Fest.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time, and YouTube to youtube.com/1210 WPHT. We've been back for a little while. We had a little problem today. You can certainly do that. Coming to your calls. Hey, Chris Eppolito. Thank you, Chris. A perfect 10, he says. Dom show, followed by the Ziola show, all in one place, essentially separated by just about 5 miles. Grand Hotel, Mulligan's. No radio station does anything like that. You know, coming up with 2 remotes and they ended up pretty close together is serendipity. That happens this Friday. You know, so maybe you come over, you have your lunch, you have a few drinks, then you head over to the Ziola show and you have some more drinks, and then somebody drives. There was even talk of a shuttle at one point, which I love that idea. Shuttle. Going from ours over to the Grand Hotel. There were talk of drivers. Who would be the driver? Yeah.
The whole thing is, you know, coming back.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's the whole thing. Yes, who's gonna
have to find their way back? Yeah.
Yeah, but both big events, and we got some new people stopping by. I'm still trying to work up the side question. Rose suggests Jimmy's versus Sprinkles. I don't know. It doesn't. It's very hard. You know, and I wanted to do gravy sauce too. But I don't want to be like the Democrats and change the vote. The people have spoken.
You already lost.
It was overwhelming. Yeah, so I got to come up with a new angle for that. Nothing is popping out quite the same way. Now, Friday, and we're gearing up to see how this plays out. President Trump, of course, meeting in Alaska. This is Cut 12, Henry. This is a guy named Nathan Sales who we're trying to get on. He was the Trump counterterrorism guru. Here's what he said about why Putin is finally agreeing to meet with President Trump in Alaska.
Positive next step, having applied pressure. And I think Putin understands he's in a position to start making concessions. And I hope that's what happens next. And if it does, I think we're on the cusp of the 6th peace broker negotiations that President Trump has been able to accomplish.
Nathan.
Well, it looks like Putin blinked. Why is Putin prepared to talk today when he resisted for months and years? And I think the reason is because Trump's got his number. He knows, based on the sanctions that President Trump has threatened against India, that President Trump and the United States are able to bring Russia's house of cards economy crashing down. And so the reason Putin is coming to the table now is because the United States has leverage, and we have signaled unmistakably we are prepared to use it. So this is no time to go wobbly. Now is the time to press our advantage and make sure that these talks yield a deal that is actually durable, one that will prevent Putin from taking a couple of years, rearm, recharge, and then taking another crack at Ukraine and maybe more. What we need is a permanent, final, and irrevocable solution that prevents Putin from trying again later.
That was great stuff. And I get the guy on. The question I want to ask Nathan Sales, who, as I said, headed up the Trump counterterrorism, does that mean, and if it does, I mean, I think there are a number of experts who agree that Ukraine's going to give up territory here. Crimea, part of that area where there's Russian speakers. But does that mean then they get to be in NATO? I mean, that's the thing that you would think that would stop Putin from rearming 2 years from now, or when Trump's out, or next time a Democrat's in, if that ever happens, attacking again, because that's what he'll do. So if you give up that land to him, what is valuable on the other side? And the answer would be joining NATO. Now, I don't read Trump agreeing to that. Trump has said today he'll know in the first 2 minutes if he wants to deal. The media, of course, said, how will you know that? He said, come on, I'm the negotiator. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Don. It's good to talk to you today. I hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Robert.
A few months ago, I was calling you because it occurred to me that some changes to the census might change things as far as the blue cities wanting to keep their immigrants and continue to get their money and their enforcement for it. But knowing Trump, I should have realized that he wasn't going to wait until the midterms. He's already talking about doing it now, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's a big draw, and I don't think people that don't listen to talk radio, they don't know why. The main reason Democrats do this, in addition to they agree with being flooded with immigrants, it changes the census, it changes congressional seats, it changes monies in blue cities. That's why they're doing it.
I think that we're going to do better if they go through with this census thing. I was thinking that we would gain 12 to 15 seats in the House, but if they do this census thing, we're looking at 25 to 30 seats, Dom, coming our way.
Definitely. Now, I'm a bit more pragmatic, and I got the news of the day from Martina White. She wasn't cagey. You heard what she said. Stacey Garrity, she believes sooner rather than later is running. You know what that means? Goodbye, Duggo. That right there with Doug. I'm counting those 3 seats. I did my part right here.
I think I'm going to call my state representative. Her name is Casey Tomlinson, and I want to inquire as to see whether or not she might be interested in taking on Fitzpatrick for this seat over here. Because she would be a good replacement for him, and she's got the name, and she's an attractive candidate, but I don't know a lot about her. But I'll make some calls about that. But to the side question, I'm going to go to the first 10 I ever saw, and that was in the 1976 Olympics when Nadia Comaneci became the first female gymnast to score perfect tens. She even had her own theme that cracked the top 100 on the radio, Nadia's theme.
And
6 women. I'm sorry.
I was going to say she made it into Seinfeld. They had the gymnast with Jerry there for that. Yes, yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. I should have said that. That was no, but there's been 6 women that have done it since then. One of them's an American, but I don't want to be a spoilsport, so I'll let that go. But you guys have a great day, and I thank you, Dom.
That's a perfect 10. Absolutely. All right, Scott Presler back from his big event in Seaside Heights. What are the numbers? Are we increasing Pennsylvania becoming a red state? And what does he think he learned from that event about winning in Jersey? That's all straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
One more time, Zeoli Army, we get to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Another scorcher, and your patio is still too hot to use? It's time for a Sunsetter retractable awning. At Douglas L. Gibson Enterprises, we install custom retractable awnings from Sunsetter, America's best awning. Whether it's more shade, UV protection, or just a cooler space you'll actually use, every Sunsetter awning we install is protected with up to a 10-year all-weather warranty. Plus our exclusive 5-year labor warranty, even covering storm and wind damage. Go to dlgibson.com and schedule your discovery consultation today. That's dlgibson.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
All right, it is Dom time, and it's 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you need to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. So I'm told that it's well underway. We had George Paquetto on the other day. The good news, Columbus Day is saved. We're going to be talking more about that. Big turnout needed to show them on that day. But in addition to that, today it comes more details that the Rizzo statue will be back in the hands of the Friends of Frank Rizzo, the various groups that are maneuvering this. Wednesday, the Art Commission is involved. They have a big vote on it. And as I'm told, they will vote to turn it over, and they'll get it sometime after Labor Day. And the city, according to one report, will pay for the repairs. The damages were extensive. I think it was $80,000 plus. And then at that point, I guess after Labor Day, George will reveal where it's going to be placed. Here on this show, he said it'd be a surprise. So we're hoping Columbus Day, we see the Rizzo statue. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Marconi. That wouldn't be a surprise. So I'm trying to think of where would they put that. It's got to be a place where you can guard it, given what goes on in Philadelphia.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
Absolutely. Still to this day. And that's got to be 50 years old or more. I mean, you imagine Frank Rizzo doing talk radio. He did it on this very station.
Let me tell you something.
And it was called Frank Talk, Afternoon Drive with Frank Rizzo. And he signed
He did
off.
Afternoon Drive?
Yeah, he did Afternoon Drive. Wow, you got to imagine how.
Like a daily show?
Yes,
While
a
he
daily
was
show.
mayor?
Yeah.
You turn that off.
You got to understand,
That's
people would
impressive.
call in as if he were mayor and he was going to fix the pothole or do whatever. And, I don't think he talked national politics or anything, Dan. It was a lot of...
He wasn't doing a standard.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
Yeah, no, this was...
Wasn't like Rush Limbaugh locally?
No. He didn't have that kind of... He just had the persona. I mean, I did events where I saw Rizzo get out of the car. It was only like a half a block walk, and it took a half hour. People came out of the woodwork. When he went to Absecon, New Jersey, there was a former cop there who knew that Ron Castile, there was a gun issue. Did he or did he not? He was running against Rizzo for mayor, wave a gun around or something like that. I'll say it that way. They heard that Rizzo was in town. 300 people show up in Absecon with baked goods and everything else. And they say in the book, the cop wasn't going to sign off on this. And then he went upstairs with Rizzo to debate, and he came down 5 minutes later and signed.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
That's the line. That's the best one out of there. Yeah, that's my favorite. Yeah. All right. So that's all happening around Rizzo. Now, a couple of sports stories. We had the first female umpire yesterday. And look, I think females certainly, I don't understand the big deal with this, why it took so long. I think baseball, arguably, is the one where a female breaking in, I don't know if the NFL is the hardest. I think basketball, because it's more fluid, breaking in is easy, relatively easy. But she missed the first pitch, looked to be a ball. It was a breaking pitch, and it broke pretty sharply, but I think clearly it was a ball. And all Twitter could do is bring that up as she's a DEI. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if she umpires here, how Philadelphia will retreat her. The other...
You knew that was going to be a strike all the way through.
Yes.
Your first pitch in the big leagues, you're giving a big, strike one there, no matter where it is.
I know. It would be better. She's got to realize the pressure is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, it was clearly 6 inches to 8 inches to 9 inches. She not handle the speed of it and how much it broke. I don't know.
She was ended up calling a pretty good game. She was 93% accurate in all her calls.
And how is that versus the
ball accuracy in the MLB is about 97%. She called it a 95%. Strike accuracy is 88%. She called it at 87.
Angelica Hernandez.
That's not too far off. I mean, it didn't seem to be outrageous.
No.
Hey, this just in: Matt Rooney will be attending Mulligan's. I think it's his first Mulligan. So yes, they're coming. We're going to need giant panels there. Johnny's going to have to move the bar a little bit. The other...
It's 2025, Dom, with these gender roles and, female umpires. You have a producer who's got a vacuum in his hand. Is about to vacuum a wall.
Why is that?
And a ceiling.
And a ceiling. Have you ever had a producer vacuum a wall and ceiling on air before?
No. Why are you doing that, though?
It's very dusty.
Dirty?
Yeah,
okay, dusty. Okay, yeah.
Come look at it. During
come look. Yeah.
No, I thought you had Presley here, so I thought I might have had like 5 minutes of...
Yeah. Oh, no. 2:30. Scott's moved to 2:30. Okay, all right. Yeah, when he's there. The other is frightening hit. I'm not sure what happened with the guy. I just saw it, though. And I condone this. In the regular season, I don't think they could have done it or would have done it. But the players on the Lions and the Falcons stood for 14 minutes. They ran down the last 14 minutes after the head injury that took 20 minutes before they were able to take the guy off the field. They felt safe enough to do that. They stood there in prayer together during those 14 minutes. And again, very appropriate in a preseason game, without a doubt. I mean, it was a shocking, and you can imagine being down on the field. It's got to come back to you. Wow, this isn't just you're going to get a broken leg or something. This is the type of thing. I think the size we know of players, but it's the speed. Nobody could have anticipated how much faster these guys are moving. It's just frightening. Okay.
You don't think Tommy McDonald can keep up with them?
Well, I'm talking about the bigger guys, too.
Yeah.
Like particularly
Like
linebackers, people
Warren
like that.
Sapp wasn't running the 4.5, was he?
Yeah, but even more, like all-time linebackers. Dick Butkus was an all-time great, but I don't think he's running like the guy the Eagles got in the first round. I mean,
yeah,
God.
I'd like to see him versus Jihad Campbell.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's frightening when you see a play like, because it could happen on any play. It's just a routine play.
But Wilt Chamberlain, you put him in today's game, he's still
yes. Well, okay. Check out the other things that he did. He set a world record in the high jump. He bowled 210 without using holes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He'd be an average player in 2000.
Oh, sure, Wilt. See, that's where it goes too far. I'm willing to concede some of these others.
Elite athlete. He'd have to get acclimated to the game.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, he still would do. He's Wilt.
You can't just face up and just hold it over the guy defending you.
And I'm sure he wouldn't have had 20,000
third grader.
And he wouldn't have had 20,000 women come by either. I'm sure you're going to.
Not in 2025. That's
yes.
sure.
I wish.
Oh, I don't know.
I wish Henry. I wish Dan were producing a WWDB. We go back in the time machine. I'm in the other studio thinking, is this host going to make it? It was Paul W. Smith, who's a friend.
Is he having a heart attack?
No, he was sick.
Oh.
And it was Wilt and Oliver North coming in. And they had me stay in there in case he got too sick to do it. Not that I was wishing for anything. Oliver North was the hottest guy on the planet because it was the height of Iran-Contra. He walks in, everybody's gaga. He's walking out down the hallway, and Wilt's coming in the hallway. And Oliver North was like, get this guy out of here. That's how intense it was.
So did you get to interview him or?
No.
Oh.
I didn't get a chance.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. With Wilt, I would have had trouble.
Your poison didn't work? You got to have a stronger dose next time, Dom.
No. I was not wishing it even under that, but I got to say, for Wilt, it was pretty tempting. All right. Presler here, as usual. He's held up. Probably the White House calling him. He will be here at 2:30. He's got a lot to report. It's a big day. So far, we've seen now the media running with this. I don't think Trump's going to do this, nor would I say he should do it. Talking about sending the National Guard out to other blue cities. Let's worry about Washington first. The legal grounds are all solid there. Let's clean up the Capitol, make it beautiful, all those things that he said. Then you can worry about these other blue cities. I'm just not a fan of the National Guard. You're putting them at risk. They're not a policing force. They're more of a military force. Calling them out in Chicago, that's dangerous stuff. When they came here in Philadelphia, they come in a backup role. The cops are the ones that still have to police. And making the D.C. police under the federal government's a good move. President Trump today, though, said he can't believe there's 3,500 of them. I don't think that's that big of a police force, even though Washington is not huge in size. That doesn't strike me as necessarily that big. All right, David in Lexington, South Carolina. David, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
On this Trump thing, one thing I really love about this is I can already see it. Some blue mayor, some blue governor saying, no, you don't have any authority down here. You stay home. So at that point, Donald Trump can say, see, guys, he doesn't care about the crime there. I'm trying to help, and your mayor, your governor doesn't want it, so it's on him now. So I kind of love that. I don't think that was Donald Trump's, plan, but I think that's a happy peripheral reaction to that is to put it back on them, say, well, it's your fault now. You got all this crime and everything.
Right.
And I tried to help.
Right. Well, in Washington, the mayor is not vociferously opposing it or anything. They seem to get it that this is a help, that it is out of control. And mainly, the thing that I always, when I check Washington, David, it's youth crime. It's roving gangs of kids, carjacking, 14 and 15 years old. They're incredibly weak with juvenile justice, just like we are in Philadelphia. Larry Krasner just doesn't believe if you're a juvenile that much can be expected of you, even those kids that murdered the kid up in Mayfair just taking water out of the family car. They're still sitting there. There's nothing's going to happen. Right. Or how about the guy that killed Officer Fitzgerald? Relatively young. Right. It was like a video game to him. So what? He deserves the death penalty. Washington, D.C. is awash in kids that are out of control.
Yep.
What do you have on the side, David?
I've got my perfect day, my 10.0 day is a perfect Thanksgiving day where you got the great meal, you got football, you got a good nap, you got family around you, hopefully good weather. Down here we don't get really the cool fall weather that you guys get, but still a good day. So I think that's just a perfect day just to sit back and be a sloth, eat all the food. And if you want to debate, how about the turkey versus ham debate? I'm a turkey guy.
Oh, okay. I'll consider. Yeah, I'm a turkey guy too.
Are you a turkey guy?
Yeah.
Of course.
Really?
Yeah, I'll eat a little bit of turkey,
Okay.
sure. I won't eat any ham. I mean, that's unclean.
It's unclean.
Thank you.
Didn't know you were kosher.
I had to throw that in. No,
The only kosher Italian I've ever met in my life.
By the way, Johnny, if you're listening, I was going to, after the show, tell you 2 menu items I'd like to see there. I'm looking, Mike Testa, new addition's going to be there. Quite a character, state senator, right? 12:30 is coming?
I believe so.
Yeah, here's the headline. New Jersey senator wants to rename Delaware Bay Trump style and take land from Delaware. That's what Delaware Online said it.
What are we renaming it to?
The Bay of New Jersey.
Bay of New Jersey.
The Bay of New Jersey.
I like that.
We'll see if other items come up.
Or the Bay
but
of Jersey?
If you remember when he was on, he says this, that's the one they want. If you remember when he was on, Mike kept on rhapsodizing about oysters. And I saw someone said, when you eat oysters, it's like eating the ocean. It didn't make it any more appetizing to me, but I am going to eat an oyster.
Oysters? You've never had an oyster?
I don't think I've had an oyster.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
No, I really, doesn't look appetizing, but John will have them.
Maybe we'll start you off in some oysters rock.
Well, no, I want to start off with a baked potato, nothing on it.
But
That's what I'm going to have right there.
Cold water North Atlantic oysters are known as the best in the world.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right. So
and the cleanest, too, because if you go down to the warmer waters, you get a lot of bacteria and such that can fester in there.
All right. Yeah. So Mike Testa, be ready. But he kept on talking about the Bayshore communities and oysters, and there's a big oyster scientific lab or something, he said. So he'll be a nice addition. Just a little of the stuff, backstory there for Mulligan's. Remember, this Friday around noon, and we'll be there until a little bit after 3. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. We're going to try to get you some of that today. You'll win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Akron Rubber Ducks. There's an interesting minor league name. That's what the name is.
That's really their...
That
was my reaction when I saw that.
I know.
Today.
No
Look,
way.
these minor league things draw people.
The Rubber Ducks?
The Rubber Ducks at first...
I love it, but I hate it at the same time.
At First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, this Sunday, August 17th. For tickets, visit ReadingPhillies.com.
Oh, their logo has like a little tire mark on it.
They should have gone with the tires.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah. All right, that's
but
good.
the Rubber Ducks, there you go. Yeah.
Go look up the trash pandas next.
Yes.
Anyway, Dom, today we're asking for that perfect 10, something that is perfect. I'd consider the song I'm about to play to be a perfect song. However, it is definitely sung by an imperfect human being, as we all are. This person, though, is in the top 10 all-time of highest female-selling artists. I won't say where she is on that top 10 list. And I also will say that this name of this person covering the song today, it's an Italian name.
Okay.
So I just want to leave it at that. So,
all right.
I'm going to play this song, the song I consider perfect. I think Dan disagrees. It'd be American Pie by Don McLean.
No, it's not a perfect song.
Oh, why not?
It's way too long, repetitive. It's
a classic.
You hear the chorus 18 times.
It is a classic.
Do you really need to hear it that many?
Yeah. You got to remember the day of the music died. That needs to be in your head.
I interviewed Don McLean.
The words after a while.
I interviewed Don McLean. He wasn't there in person at Mulligan's.
Oh, yeah, tie it
all
all
right.
together.
Remember that?
Sweet.
Yes.
What a tie-in there. Yes. So
yes.
I'm going to play Don McLean's perfect song, American Pie. However, this is an imperfect version. Want to know someone singing this imperfect version?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. Stop it.
It's like a bubblegum pop early 2000s.
What the hell?
Oh, God.
I don't care if she is Italian. Oh, God. Come up on that mortal soul. Come on. You got to come up.
Is it getting better? Wait, I just
we'll keep it going.
Oh, she's not even going that high there.
Is there any passion? What the heck is this woman singing about down by the levee? Come on.
This is terrible.
Yeah, this was actually recorded for a movie she starred in, believe it or not. Movie I've never heard of.
Don McLean should have stopped this.
Yeah, Don McLean should have stopped it right here.
Yeah.
But I will say, I'm not sure that this person is Italian, the stage name.
Okay.
Italian.
And the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. There has to be the ghost.
You advise her, Dom.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, who's this cover artist?
All right. Oh, my God. Put us out of our misery. Get in now. Get the belt for today.
It's American Pie.
855-839-1210.
Viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way, at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture, perfectly customized. Plus, every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right, one of the all-time, and Taylor Swift doing Eminem was much better than this. This is the abomination. It gets my vote for the worst.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Ever.
This is
some bubblegum pop star defiling American Pie. Here's the cut.
It's like a Mary Kay and Ashley montage.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you hear that harmonization with the auto-tune?
Where was Don McLean's mind signing off on this?
Oh, this is terrible.
Well, once you hear who's singing it, you
Yeah,
might be
okay.
like, oh, they would do a good job, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you might
Well,
think.
maybe they give you a spec spot, then you do it. All right, let's go to
Spec spot in music.
Let's go
I
to
love it.
Donna. Because it's a business terminology. Donna, who is singing that?
Hi, Dom. It sounds like Madonna.
Man, I would never get Madonna out of that. Thank you, Donna. She vies for the biggest disgrace to Italians versus Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Or Eve, if she happened to be Italian. I don't know.
Yeah, the half Italian, half French Canadian there. This must
Okay.
be the French Canadian half here singing.
Wow, that's bad for Madonna. I'm really surprised.
Yeah,
How
no-
old was she when she did that? Do
So
you know?
this is from the major motion picture, The Next Best Thing. Never heard of it.
Sounds terrible.
Released in 2000.
Okay.
Yeah, no other reasonable. I have to watch this movie to figure out why you would even need this song.
She would have been
in that
42.
movie.
42.
Yeah, she wasn't a kid there. I mean, you know.
Just 42, just a kid.
No, I
Wow.
said she wasn't just the.
Yeah, I said, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Madonna Louise Veronica Ciccone.
Yep.
Yeah, I always thought she was Italian, but now it's
She is.
Yeah, half
well,
and half.
half. Yeah,
French Canadian too.
French
The
Canadian.
name is
yeah.
Madonna is Italian
Yeah.
for My Lady.
Is
So
that her actual
Yeah.
name, Madonna? I didn't realize that. Was
Yeah.
her. Huh.
That's not her actual name. That's her
No,
made-up
no,
name. Isn't
no.
it?
Her actual first name is Madonna.
Was Madonna?
Yeah.
Oh, sense of humor.
It's like
okay.
you just going
yes.
as Dom.
Right.
Why not? Just
By the way, a guy who's coming to Mulligan's, I won't say his name there. I'm waiting to the day just to have a little fun. That I'm really thrilled that he's coming, and he was thrilled. He goes, "I'll be there, Don." What the heck?
how are
What
you such
is it?
a big fan that you're willing to travel
Yeah.
to Mulligan's? You don't know the guy's name.
They do. They just can't stop saying Don.
Is that what it is? It's
Yes.
A
yes.
slip.
It's a slip.
Yeah.
It's a tick. It's just out there. Why?
Because the president's name is Don.
Well, I've always thought it's easier to
They've
say
officially won, Dom.
because there's not a lot
The
of
Dons,
Dons.
the Dons have officially won the war.
We did. I think as a side question, we were thinking once all-time Donalds or Dons. There's not a million of them out there.
No,
Like
Donald
some of
Duck,
these. Yeah.
Ronald McDonald.
So, what is it? All right, that's the question.
That's all I can
Okay.
think of.
The
Donald Sutherland.
yeah, there's Don Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean
Don Quixote.
Yeah, you're going to reach.
we
You're going to have to really think
invented all the
versus a
options.
Joe. Just like Dan, we were going to do Dan. There's not necessarily a million of them.
Oh, there's more Dans than Doms.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I was going to go to
Sorry,
Dom
just-
next. We haven't done that because there's not as
Calm
many.
down.
Yes. All right. So the thing that's heating up, and out of the blue, Ken Lawrence, the head of SEPTA, asked to come on. We'd like to get him back a while ago. This week, Armageddon with SEPTA. So the Inquirer prints an article from somebody involved in this saying it's not just a transportation problem, it is a constitutional problem. In other words, people on the left now are saying if we don't continue to fund SEPTA and let them do anything they want without more oversight to stop the craziness, then we're violating Article 1, Section 27 of the Pennsylvania Constitution. That guarantees the people have a right to clean air, pure water, and to the preservation of the natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. What does the Pennsylvania Constitution say about protecting life? What does it say? Could I weasel that in about a governor who's suing to perform ghastly surgery on minors that they'll regret a few years later? But this is the argument now. If we don't have SEPTA, there's going to be a lot more pollution in Philadelphia. So without that, we're violative of the Constitution. You're going to hear everything in the world. Look, Joe Picozzi, the new guy that's only 30, I think, from Northeast Philadelphia, he's on this. And he's saying, all right, we're going to have to pay up with SEPTA, but they have to have more oversight. They can't just continue to do all kinds of nonsense. It's really that simple. That's one of the things holding this up, for them to get all this done. And Martina White today, when she was on talking about Judge Dugan, made the point Yeah, SEPTA funding, all these kids need SEPTA buses to get to school. But when they get there, what about the quality of the schools? You know, we're so worried all the time about SEPTA, constantly. I just think, now when Lawrence was on, to his credit, he said several things that were good. They do seem to be cracking down on fare evaders. We do have that prosecutor, I don't know if he's prosecuting anyone yet, that moves in when Krasner will not prosecute effectively. But by and large, there's not too much good to say about it. I hope he'll come on this week, though, because this is going to blow up into a huge thing. And the bottom line is that there's resistance from the rest of the state to continue to fund this stuff. I wanted to play one more cut so I don't forget. Here's the best of Bernie. Bernie Sanders yesterday. This is cut 13, Henry. He's on with a gushing Dana Bash, who said, are you up for another run in 2028? Another run for president in Bernie Sanders? You're so vigorous. Oh, my God. Here's what he said about Trump and J.D. Vance, how they don't connect with working people.
A couple of political questions. President Trump suggested this week that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, is probably the favorite to take over the so-called MAGA movement. You know, he's from this kind of area. I mean, he's from Appalachia. He probably has appeal in red states and working class areas. Do you think him being an heir to the MAGA movement is something that should be concerning to Democrats trying to defeat MAGA?
Not my thing at all. I really don't know. I don't particularly camp. I think he has nothing really, neither Trump nor he nor the Republicans of today have anything of significance to say to working class people. What they're trying to do is to divide us up. Oh, you're a Muslim, you're undocumented, you're black, you're gay. Let's divide everybody up so the rich can become richer. Our job is to bring people together. Doesn't matter to me, who heads the Republican Party.
All right, there we go again. Deep down, does he believe that they're not reaching so-called working class? Obviously, they are. Obviously, Trump is. I don't know about J.D. Vance, how that plays out with him. His story, certainly, Bernie, is a story that is real, even though you try to disparage it. And are you working class, given the 3 homes and everything else? All right, the great Scott Presler, back from a big event in Seaside Heights that really showed turnout and showed the Chitterelli campaign is on the move in so-called blue jersey. He's got an update on the Pennsylvania stats, and then we'll have the lightning round to get a winner, a perfect 10. 855-839-1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718. 800-525-7718.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I don't think you should be playing that for Scott Presler. Where's his, who was it, the female? It's current.
You want Madonna?
No, it wasn't Madonna. Dan knows who it was. I'll ask him. Scott Presler with us. Scott, who's that female singer you like? We got to play that when you come on.
Yeah, well, Demi Lovato.
That's it.
Or you could do
yeah.
Betty Davis Eyes. You know, that's trending now. That's a good one, too.
All right. Well, Scott, boy, what a blowout event in Blue Jersey, not where Scott Presler is, in Seaside Heights on Saturday.
Oh, it was incredible. You know, I want to give a shout out to my team, Michael Casey, Susan Esposito. It was the brainchild of Susan. After the June 10th primary, where Jack Chattarelli won 21 out of 21 counties, and I want to thank everybody that ran. Mario Kranjik, Senator Bramnick, Ed the Trucker Juror, Bill Spadia, Justin Barbara. I want to thank everyone that threw their hat in the ring. But the election was ultimately decisive. And so Susan was like, we have to bring the gang together. We have to have unity. And I said, we got to wait, though. People need their time. Mm-hmm. They need their time after the June 10th primary to be in their feelings, to be able to process what happened. Everyone just worked tirelessly for that day. Give them a moment. And so this weekend, on August 9th, we were in Ocean and Seaside Heights at the Beachcomber Bar and Grill. Thank you to the owner for having us there. And it was a 20 out of 10 event. 500 people. Jack Chattarelli was there early, shaking every single hand. He was so early, we had him speak first. And I was supposed to even introduce him, but no, Jack is there on time. And it was packed to the brim. They even sent a Democrat Mikey Sherrill tracker. They're so worried about us flipping New Jersey from blue to red. They sent a tracker. But we don't even have any secret sauce other than talking about lowering property taxes, no offshore wind, medical freedom, school choice, making life affordable for Jersey families. That's not secret sauce. That's just the plan that Jack has to put into action. And so the Democrats are pretty irate that we are making big progress in the Garden State.
Absolutely, Scott. Well, you know, Wildwood's a great spot. President Trump did pretty well there.
He came within 5 percentage points.
No, I meant a rally. A rally. That's where we should go next.
Wildwood.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, President Trump, if you're listening right now to 1210 Dom Giordano Talk Radio, please come do a rally. Let's blow this thing peacefully out of the water, and we will pack so many people down at the Jersey Shore to see you and to see Jack. I hope President Trump comes back.
Well, I think it was Presler. I think it was your folks, too. Jack is the guy running, but I think you pulled it off. Now, Scott, while all that was going on, Pennsylvania is surging forward. What are the numbers this week?
Well, what I love is while we were registering voters literally on the boardwalk, we even were getting new Pennsylvania voters. And so I really think the Republican Party, we have to work harder, not smarter. And that means really having a 24/7, 365 operation that from now in perpetuity, we have to be at the shore. You're getting New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. And I'm very proud to let your audience know that we are at the lowest Democrat advantage in modern history in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we are down to 52,939 active voters from flipping the state to a plurality of registered Republicans. And just a week ago, that number was 59,000. And a week before that, it was in the 60s. A week before that, it was in the 70s. Pennsylvania is quickly surging to the right. And so there are 1.1 million unaffiliated voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you want to scare peacefully the pants off of Governor Shapiro and let him know that, yes, we want school choice in Pennsylvania, we don't want his budget bill that's going to raise taxes on working class Pennsylvanian families, then register as a Republican. And the more that this Commonwealth goes to the right, you're going to see its leaders, like Fetterman, have to listen to their conservative constituents. And so I court you, go to vote.pa.gov, vote.pa.gov, and register as a Republican right after you're done listening to Dom Giordano.
And Scott, we had someone on today who's fairly close to Stacey Garrity. I think what you're doing, what's happening here with these numbers, they're pushing her toward the decision to run against Shapiro. She'll be a heck of a candidate. But if the numbers were staggering, maybe she wouldn't run this time. Each week as we see this, it propels that forward.
It gives people hope.
Yeah.
You know, people want to be able to defeat him. And what I hear is, who's the candidate going to be? Do we have a winning candidate? I think Stacey is a strong candidate. Yep. She's the top vote getter in the entire Commonwealth. She's a winner. She's won 2 statewide elections. So if she chooses to run, I think Shapiro definitely is going to have a difficult time keeping the governor's mansion in 2026. But you want to make it even easier for us to win, I ask for your vote. I'm telling you right now, if we defeat, by saying no to retention, Democrat Justices Donahue, Doherty, and Wecht by voting no to retention this November, it will be the proverbial and peaceful shot heard around the entire country. There's only been one judge in history that has ever not been retained. One since 1968. You guys come out this November in huge, big, glorious numbers, voting no to retention. You will shock the entire nation. Money will flow into the state. Donors will flow into the state. You're going to see so much attention on the gubernatorial election. It will be very possible to defeat Governor Shapiro. So this November, you vote for our DAs. Oh, and by the way, you heard that Pat Dugan is running as a Republican in Philly now, right?
Yes, and immediately several people called in and said, can Presler help Pat Dugan?
Immediately, I'll tell you right here and right now, this is an exclusive breaking news on 1210. I fully support and endorse Judge Pat Dugan. Let's defeat Larry Krasner, and let's make Philly a thriving city once again, where people deserve to have safe streets, law and order, to have a safe place for their families and for their businesses. Let's show business owners, by having a new DA, Pat Dugan, that they are finally welcome to come back to Philadelphia. They don't have to flee to Chester and Delaware and Montgomery and Bucks County or go to a red county. But no, let's make Philly great again.
Absolutely. Any numbers from Chester County, Scott? How's that going?
You know, I don't have Chester on the top of my head, but I do know Erie.
Again,
and I will tell you that Erie has once again trended to the right. And we are, I do believe, 5,947 voters from flipping Erie County from blue to red.
And that's the bellwether.
To anyone knows,
Yeah.
To anyone that knows Pennsylvania politics, Erie wins PA, PA wins the White House. So the fact that we're fewer than 6,000 from flipping it's a really big deal.
Well, Scott, I know how hard it is to turn out a crowd, and the crowd that turned out there in so-called blue jersey, it was remarkable. It tells me a lot about Cettarelli, the campaign, but your emphasis on that is a draw, and once they're there, they bond over how winnable this is. So thank you. Spectacular event.
No, well, thank you, and thank you to everyone that came. And again, please, to anyone listening that knows a single voter in New Jersey, I ask for your votes. I ask for your vote for Jack Cettarelli to become the next governor of the Garden State in New Jersey. Election day is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Please, we have in-person voting. Vote early. Vote by mail. Whatever you do, you vote and you elect Jack Cettarelli, and let's make New Jersey the next swing state going into the 2028 presidential election.
And for all things, your organization and your efforts, Scott, where do people go?
I need your financial support. If you want me to be able to do this work, please contribute today. Earlyvoteaction.com. Early like you're early to something. Vote like you're voting. Action. Earlyvoteaction.com. And every penny will be going to hiring more staff in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in the Garden State for this November.
Thank you, Scott, as always.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, Scott Presler here on Talk Radio 1210. It is the lightning round next. I see some great ones on Twitter. Hit us with that all-time perfect 10, something that is perfect. 10, because we're headed to Mulligan's, I believe, for the 10th time. What the heck? I'm not sure if it's 9 or 11, but it just coalesced in my mind. 10's a better number. It's Mulligan's X. And then, right over the bridge, if you go that way, the bridge pretty close to Hildreth, to the Zioli, 4 hours at the Grand Hotel. Now, that is a Friday. It's all this Friday unfolding. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text Current 33 to 323232. That's CURRENT 33 to 323232. Text Current 33 to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Actual price will depend content on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right, a perfect 10 since we're headed to Mulligan's this Friday. Dom Giordano show, then Rich. The parody account, I guess I'll call it that, of Joe of Exton says a perfect 10. Parolees showing up with a suit and tie. Since we learned in a previous life, that was Joe's job, calling parolees to meet with the parole officer. In a million years, I wouldn't guess that was a thing. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Earlier you were talking about Pritzker, about all the liberal programs he supports. And I remember Rush always saying they use that as a shield because they're afraid that when the Eat the Rich mob starts marching down the street with the pitchforks and the flaming torches, not everybody can stand out on their front porch like the McCloskeys did in St. Louis when BLM walked into their
Hey, by the way, that couple, and look, I had them on. We had on their guy. I supported their right to do that. But, you know, the way they were dressed, sitting out there on that with the mob coming, we had a little fun. The other day, they just got back their weapons from that. It was like last week. Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, they do it to protect themselves because they know, one day the mob's going to come going for them. They're going to say, hey, I'm on your side. Sure, I'm a billionaire and you hate me, but, I'm with you. So,
yeah.
Well, you gotta wonder about it.
He's given them hotel space for all the renegade Democrats from Texas. Yeah.
Despite what the Beatles say, you can buy them love.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
My answer is going to be Windows XP. I almost spend 8 hours a week updating the current version of Windows. Windows XP, you didn't have to update it. It ran all the old programs that you used to have with 3.1. It ran all the new programs that came out. You could do anything with it. And then they went and they got rid of it, and they gave us this new stuff. Windows XP was a perfect 10.
All right. I will have to defer to technologically advanced people on that. But Joe of Exton is here. All right, Joe, how you doing today?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
My perfect 10 is the point at which the Russian Orthodox Church convinces Putin to stop the carnage and to refrain from launching a nuclear attack on the U.S.
All right, that would be a perfect 10. The Russian Orthodox Church. I know he vaguely, trots those guys out, but when push comes to shove with Putin. Now
Joe is a time traveler. So.
Yeah, that's where you want to be a fly on the wall, though. The Trump-Putin thing. Does he call him Vlad? How does that work with the guy? How does he try to intend? Trump said today he'll know within 2 minutes whether he wants a deal or not. Media, of course, falls in. Well, how will you know that? I'm a negotiator. All right, this is an interesting meeting here. And I think it's indicative that Putin is a bit worried about sanctions and his house of cards, his economy. Not that he's going to beg on this, but there is a deal to be had. All right, Michael in Philly, Talk Radio 1210. Michael, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, my perfect 10 is that you have to go 10 perfect frames in order to bowl a perfect game in bowling.
Yeah, perfect game in bowling is a very good one. I'm trying to think if there's anything in golf. The version would be, well, a 59 or probably a hole-in-one, which is random. In bowling, it's not. All right, let's go to Don in Franconia. Don, what's yours today?
Yes, Don, thanks for taking my call. I'm going to go back to the perfect 10 when I saw Bo Derek many years ago walking down the beach way before I ever needed any colored pills to take.
Yes, there was a little bit of cultural appropriation, maybe a lot, with Bo Derek's hair, as I remember that. All right. Who's looking at her hair? I know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did just look up this movie. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of cultural appropriation. They didn't call it that back then, though. And Bo Derek is a big-time Republican. I'm not sure a MAGA or not, but she was a big-time Republican. All right. A lot of good ones today on Twitter, et cetera. I don't know that I heard the number one answer, obviously, so we may have to duke this out. Henry, what's your couple?
Yeah, so 3 answers I liked. I like David and Lexington's answer of that Thanksgiving afternoon.
Yes, it was a good one.
Very peaceful. And I like Don and Franconia's answer there of Bo Derek and 10, but I thought the best answer of the day, may not have liked this call, but best answer of the day was Bill and Bucks with the answer of Rumors by Fleetwood Mac.
As a perfect 10 out of all these.
Yeah, I thought his call was good, and the album.
That's a kind of a random answer out of the universe.
I think it's a great.
Yeah,
I actually thought that was mine. My final.
Is that the number one out of all? Why is that?
Critically acclaimed album, generally known as the greatest album of all time, from front to back. Rumors, every single song is known as one of the best in all different genres that they touch in the album. It's a.
All right, no runner-up you have. You're going with that one.
I mean, the Perfect Thanksgiving Afternoon is also a good one. Windows XP is generally known as the best operating system to ever exist.
Wow, okay. This Rumors album is... All right, I'll defer on this one. So, Bill of Bucks, even though his commentary is not pragmatism, it's called losing. That's exactly what it is. Judge Dugan has a reasonable shot here. Couple of tells that you'll know what's happening here. One, to the people that voted for him in the Democrat primary, do they still come out and vote for him? If they do, that's substantial. Two, do the unions give him money, backing, and volunteers? Come on, guys. I know he's not a quasi, Democrat fully here, but that's what he is. Do you want Krasner? Unions step up. If they do, and they say it even, that's going to be powerful. If that happens, then it is game on big time. Martina White making a great point. Republicans in Northeast Philadelphia, do they see this as their last shot? Are they going to continue to moan when Krasner doesn't prosecute people who murder a 14-year-old getting water for the family? Are they continue to go with some of those phony Democrats there who tell them they don't like Krasner, but they have to support him? Here's your chance. You don't have to support him. You have a viable candidate that is still basically has some moderate Democrat backing. He's an Eagles fan, too, big time. Is Larry Krasner? Wouldn't you like to quiz Krasner on the Eagles' offensive line? What do you think this year, Larry? As he puts the dorky Phillies hat on as he heads to the stadium to say it's safe, with 500 guards around him and his entire DA's office going with him. Probably criminals riding with him, too, that he let out that day. Let's go see a game with Larry. All right. Just getting started. Don't forget Mulligan's this coming Friday, noon until 3. Then Rich over at the Grand Hotel in Cape May, just minutes away. It is just a fabulous day. And I'll reveal who called me Don, who's going to be there. I'll wait till the day of. Matt Rooney will be there, among others, though. And there will be oysters with Mike Testa. I don't know how many, but it's going to be exciting. All right. Follow me on Twitter until then, at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. What a day when it comes to somebody that just doesn't suffer the status quo. Trump breaking through in Washington, the American military formulating plans to attack the cartels, fentanyl. That's the biggest thing of all. And Judge Dugan giving hope here in Philadelphia at another scourge, Larry Krasner, who hasn't spoken yet, but by tomorrow, he's going to claim, look at what Trump is doing in Washington. That's what Judge Dugan will do in Philadelphia. Well, that would be a good plan. All righty, everyone, have a great night. Come back tomorrow for 3 big hours, great side question and everything else. Rich next, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we